pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. Yes! Behold, the perfect woman.
Hi, everybody. How we all doing? Hi, Possum. Hi, Kimmy. Welcome. Good afternoon, y'all. Hope you're doing well. So, for the slightly late stream, later start stream, because I had to go. I was finishing some menial task of shoveling the wet ass fuck driveway. Shoveling that wet ass fuck driveway. You know, normal things to do before stream. Shovel the driveway. I forgot to shovel. Wait, how are we doing? Happy Sapphic Sunday. We're back with some more Velvet Bite because it's a lovely little game. Oh my god, 120 streak. Look at you go, Timmy. Hell yeah, congrats. It's wild. Why y'all? It's wild to think y'all watch me for that long. It's kind of weird. Y'all weird. Y'all fucking weirdos. Watching me for 120 days straight. Not straight. 120 days in a row. Weird. Fucking creeps. But I hope I'm having a lovely Sunday so far. I know Possum's hard at work doing something insane. Like, what the fuck? Why? You're crazy for that. What the fuck? A whole ass wall. Wild. A whole ass wall. Reading messages on my phone and attempting to people are attempting to alliterate, and it's very funny. But yeah, hope we're doing well. Hope we have a lovely day so far. I've been vibing most of the morning. Sorry, okay. Yeah, I've been vibing. Nothing too exciting is happening so far. The month's ending in 2 fucking days. And I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. It's wild. April's already around the fucking corner. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. It's already almost March is ending. I was going somewhere else for that sentence. Then I switched halfway through. And that made no sense. What am I on? No drugs. Nothing, that's for sure. Existence. But yeah, we're back with some more Velvet Bites. Last time we almost got shot. You know, a normal occurrence. Almost getting shot. Very normal. I know. The most normal thing to happen to somebody on a lovely insert day near end of year. No, wait. Yes. Near end of year occurrence. Almost getting shot. It's not normal. And then we went to we learned some vital information about Forrest, and that he is not a vampire. Actually, he is quite human. Kind of. He is contractually obligated over 100 years ago by... Trying to remember names. All the names I remember are Madison, the lovely baby Madison. We love Madison. Forrest. I want to say... yeah, Sebastian. And I don't remember the names of the other half of the cast. I feel ashamed for not remembering the other pretty woman's name. I don't know. I forgot. Names out of my head. I can't remember shit. Squints. Yvonne. Yvonne was the lady. The lovely lady, Yvonne. Lovely lady, Yvonne. But yeah, and then we had the end of year party at Yvonne's place. And at the end of that party, it was discovered that the contract binding Forrest and Yvonne had been stolen. And that's not really good, because if anything would happen to that contract, Forrest will fucking perish. Forrest is just gone. He just dies. So that's not the best thing. And we're kind of worried about that. We're very worried about that. But yeah, and we're currently at a therapist's office. We learned a bit more time magic, I believe, in the... No, we tried to steal something. I assume we tried to steal the hourglass as well, and then we got caught doing that. And now we're at the our therapist's office, who is also a vampire. We are not a vampire. We are weirdly immune to magic. We're special. But yeah, we're here at the office. The therapist's office. The hospital. Hospital? No. The therapist's office is the correct term. But yeah, it's... I hope everyone's having a lovely Sunday so far, and all that jazz. I am rambling. Not sure what the fuck I'm doing. The stretching mutual road thing. Anyways, it's been quite some time since last I visited a doctor, but since the incident with Forrest, the familiar setting of Charlotte's office felt oddly comforting as I stepped inside. I'm not tapping the game. Whoopsies. It's not your work. I even... Sorry, reading messages on my phone is hilarious, and I went to make an acronym, but it was not topical. It's not like workout related, so it just got scolded for that. Not even workout related. Even worse than I am. Anyway, there we go. Anyways, let's focus on the game at hand and on my phone. On my phone, I started looking downwards towards my phone.
明けましておめでとう。冬休みはどうだった？その間一度も来ないから心配していたんだ。どれどれ、最後の診察は11月末か。
Happy New Year. Did you have a good winter break? I was a bit worried when we missed your sessions. Let's see. Our last counseling session was back at the end of November. Yeah, the last time I saw you was at the Christmas party. So much has happened since then, and I completely forgot to come by.
そうなの？うちのお姫様はおてんばだね。何があったんだい？
Really? What could have possibly happened? What could have possibly happened to our little princess that made her forget about her therapist? She smirked mischievously. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. It was well known that Charlotte and Sebastian were close, but I found myself wondering if he hadn't mentioned anything to her. Then again, being close to someone didn't necessarily mean sharing every detail of your life. It's just been hectic. You know, I don't usually go out much. I guess I got overwhelmed by something trivial.
それにしては最近調子良さそうだけどね。ビデオ日記をやめてもすっかり平気なように見えるし。
Well, you seem quite okay for what you claimed to have been tough. You even look relaxed, despite having stopped vlogging.
トンプクはどう？よく聞いてる？
How are you managing with the medication? Are they helping? To be honest, I haven't been taking them regularly. I've almost, I had almost none, but I feel pretty fine, I think. I've gotten better, really.
よかったよかった。なら通院回数も減らして良さそうだ。薬は一応多めに処方するから心配しないね。
That's great. In that case, I think we can reduce the frequency of your visits. But don't worry, I'll still prescribe enough medication for you. Charlotte?
ん？どうしたの？
Yeah? What's the matter? This doesn't have anything to do with counseling, but do you happen to know a vampire named Bernard? As soon as the name left my lips, I noticed a shift in Charlotte's demeanor. Her complexion darkened slightly, and she offered a smile that felt more like a mask than the warm expression I was used to.
バーナード？知ってるけど、なんで？
Bernard? I do. What about him? Were you close to him?
私的には別に親しい間柄ではなかったね。君のように患者と主治医の関係だった。
Our relationship wasn't personal. He and I were just like you and me. A patient and a doctor.
私は精神分析学という学問が定立される前から医者であり、心理カウンセラーだったんだ。
I've been a doctor and a therapist before psychoanalysis was even a field.
彼は精神的な問題があって、セバスティアンの推薦で来院してきた。私は最善を尽くして治療に臨んだが、結果は知ってるかい？
Bernard, he suffered from psychological problems that Sebastian urged him to see me for. I did my best to heal him. Do you know the outcome of his treatment? I do.
この私が生産に失敗した数少ない事例だったよ。
He's one of the very few cases of my failure. He's one of the very few cases of my failure. Bernard will always hold a corner in my heart as a constant ink. She turned her attention to the roses in the vase on her desk. Her fingers gently brushed the petals as if lost in thought. All alone.
バーナードはバラが大好きだった。燃える太陽のように真っ赤な赤いバラを。
Bernard loved roses. He adored those petals burning in crimson like the sun.
彼が退院する直前にくれたバラの花束が忘れられないんだ。なぜ死ぬ前にあんな明るい顔ができたんだろうね。
I can't forget the bouquet of roses he gave me at the end of his final session. Why did he smile so brightly before he died? I don't know, I thought to myself. Maybe he wanted to leave the doctor, try to help him with one last good impression. Oh my god. She's sad. The poor little baby. Oh my god. She's miserable, Your Honor. She's miserable, Your Honor. Your Honor, she's fucking miserable. Look at her. She's so sad. I got the right. This is. Okay, we're good. She's so sad.
私はかなりの腕を持った医者だと自負している。
Oops, I can't. Oops, oh god. Whoop. There you go, sorry. I lost the taskbar for a second there. We're good. I fixed it. I used to consider myself a pretty skilled doctor, you know.
でもバーナードが死んでからしばらくカウンセリングに取り組めなかった。なんだか自信を失ってしまったんだ。
but he made me doubt my qualifications. After Bernard's death, I couldn't bring myself to talk to patients for a while.
だから君にはいい方向に歩んでいってほしい。これは医者として、そしてシャルロットとしての望みでもある。
So, I don't know what issues you run into, but I hope they resolve themselves peacefully, Princess. I say this as a doctor and a friend. Alright?
もう勝手に予約を取り消さないでくれ。わかったね。
And please, don't miss your sessions. I'll be mindful of that. A new semester begun. Despite everything that had happened, I was sitting in a restaurant, trying to enjoy a quiet lunch, when Forrest suddenly appeared beside me. Ah, teleports behind you. Teleports beside you. The lesser known cousin to teleports behind you. Teleports beside you. Forrest, are you okay being out like this?
家にいるからって安全が保証されるわけではありませんから。
I'm okay. Besides, staying at home won't really help anything. I noticed he was carrying a stack of documents in each arm. Almost comical in excess. Forrest, what are you carrying?
僕、回復するためしばらく横になっていたでしょ。冬休み中もいろいろあったし。
Well, since I was bedridden and things got a bit crazy over the holidays, my assignments piled up. It's just a portion of it.
学校には交通事故に遭ったと言ってあるんですが。
I also met academic advisor that I was in a car accident.
その間に溜まった課題の一部です。
Ew! I feel sick to my stomach just looking at all the work. Why don't you just take the semester off?
でも僕は家でじっとしているよりはやることが多い方が好きなので。
Thanks, but I prefer being busy rather than sitting quietly at home. He sat the documents on the one side of the table and began to eat, methodically unfolding the papers one by one. To my surprise, he was done browsing through them before he even finished his sandwich. Forrest, are you sure you're reading them properly?
もちろん。この体の長所は疲れを感じないということですよ。いつまでも集中して作業できます。
Of course I am. One of the advantages of having this body is that it never gets tired. I can work continuously with a clear mind and a strong body. I guess there are good sides to it too.
デメリットばかりでは誰も人間としての生活を諦めなかったでしょう。まあ僕には合わなかったんですけどね。
No one would willingly give up their life as a human if there were only downsides to it. It just didn't go too well with me. It just didn't go too well with me. Don't you feel anxious knowing that your life depends on someone else? I think I would. Forrest shook his head, emphatically.
僕は全く誰にでも終わりはあります。
Not at all. There's an end to everyone and everything.
僕は本来の人生よりもはるかに長生きできています。命の終わる瞬間まで自分の思い通りになることを願うのはある意味強欲です。
I've already lived much longer than the life that was originally given to me. It would be selfish to wish for control over my own end.
それでももう少し欲張れるなら。
But given the opportunity, he paused and reached for my hand. His touch was cold, as any vampire's, a reminder of the life he now lived.
残りの時間は好きな人たちと一緒に過ごしたい。後悔しないように。
I would be grateful to spend the rest of my life with someone precious to me, so that I don't leave any regrets. Forrest, I assure you, you'll be faced with as many days of regrets as days of happiness.
嬉しい日が少しでも多いといいですね。そして明日のセミナーで教授の小言を耳にタコができるほど聞けば、休学しなかったことをかなり後悔するでしょ
う。Well, I'll just have to hope I'm faced with more days of happiness. Though if I get roasted by my PI in tomorrow's seminar, I might regret not taking the semester off. We both laughed, and as the sound faded, a thought struck me. Yvonne had once told me that Forrest aspired to become like a magnificent tree, one that wouldn't be shaken by any storm. Perhaps that was why Yvonne found it so hard to let him go. Forrest was a pillar of strength, someone she could lean on. And the depth of his resolve made the prospect of saying goodbye all the more difficult. Forrest began gathering up his documents, preparing to leave.
この後時間ありますか？バーナードに関する資料を探してみる予定なのですが。
Have you got some time this afternoon? I'm planning to look into Bernard. Sure, but how are you going to do your research? He's been gone for a long time.
こんな時には適任者がいますよ。君もよく知っている人です。
There's someone perfect for investigating past events like this. You know him well, too. The right person? Forrest simply smirked, enjoying my confusion. It was clear he had a plan, and I was left wondering just who this mysterious investigator might be. Let me guess, yep. Indeed, Sebastian, known for his collection of old books and artifacts, and friendship with Bernard, might have some information about him. But how should I bring up the topic? I couldn't possibly ask, do you have any information about your dead friend? And I wasn't even sure he'd respond appropriately.
なんだその視線は、プレッシャーを感じるのだが。
You look intimidating. I can't help it. The question we want to ask you is quite intimidating.
バーナードのことだな。
About Bernard, is it? How'd you know that we were about to ask you?
無論だ。むしろ休みの間にでも訪ねてくると思ったが、来なかったので驚いた。
Because it's obvious. In fact, I was surprised you didn't come over the holidays to ask questions. To question me. Fucking same thing, anyways. I was quite busy learning some magic over the break. I awkwardly glanced at Forrest, who scratched his cheek in response.
あの時はイボンと犯人探しに勤しんでいたので、範囲をかなり狭めたのですが、出席者の中で誰なのかまでは絞れなくて。
That was because Yvonne was preoccupied trying to catch a suspect. We managed to narrow down the list, but we couldn't identify who it was exactly.
そこで視点を変えてみたんです。バーナードの人生を遡っていけば、自然と犯人についての手がかりが出てくるのではないかと。
So I decided to take a different approach. I thought we could obtain some clues if we traced Bernard's life.
それなら話すより直接見た方が早い。ついてこい。
I could tell you here, but it would be faster to see for yourself. Follow me. The basement of Sebastian's mansion revealed itself to be a vast library. I couldn't help but be awestruck by the sheer volume of books stored here. Are these all books in your collection? My gosh.
少しずつ集めていたらこうなった。
I've been collecting them little by little, but they've piled up into a mountain. Did you read them all?
当然だ。
I did. I scanned the shelves, each book seeming to hold a promise of ancient wisdom or forbidden knowledge. one title in particular. Tips and tricks for vampires. Healthy nightlife. Caught my eye and refused to let go. The temptation to open it and take a peek was strong, but then I remembered the cautionary experience I had with the bloody Bible. I quickly stepped back. Do these books have spells cast on them?
ああ、むやみに触れない方がいい。噛まれるぞ。
Yes. You'd better not touch them. They can bite. Bite?
ここにあるものはほとんどが禁書だ。所有者以外が触れると噛むようになっている。
Most of these books are forbidden. They're intended to bite anyone who doesn't have ownership over them.
それだけではなく、面倒な魔法もかかっているものもあるぞ。噛んだやつの全身に吹き出物ができたりな。
Some spells have different effects too, like causing someone to break out in acne all over their body, for example. Ew. I shuddered at the thought, quickly turning my attention away from the books. The idea of being covered in pimples was enough to keep my curiosity firmly in check. Sebastian returned with a few carefully selected books, and curiously, a stone tablet. Why a tablet? What's the tablet for?
これは元老院の議決記録だ。
It's the record of the Senate's ruling.
俺はバーナードとの親交で議決から外れて初期担当だった。
I wasn't allowed to prosecute because of my closeness with Bernard. Instead, I was appointed as the secretary and tasked with recording the proceedings.
議決が終われば永久に保管するため石板で記録をした。許可されていないヴァンパイアは内容を覗き見ることができない。
Once a ruling is made, it's inscribed into a tablet for permanent safekeeping. No unauthorized vampire is allowed to view these records. Speaking of which, Sebastian, are you one of the Senate? Your honest story gave me an impression that you are. Sebastian nodded to my question, confirmed my suspicion.
血を流す者を除いて初代のヴァンパイアたちが元老院を構成している。そして構成員が変わることはほとんどない。
The members of the Senate are the first few vampires. The members of the Senate are the first few vampires born after the Bleeding One. Because of this, the members really change.
俺は既存のメンバーに代わってその席に着いたから元老院基準では若い方だ。
I'm considered young among the Senate because I happen to succeed a former member. Young?
僕も詳しくはないのですが、みんな数千歳にはなっているはずですよ。
I never really asked, but we predict that they're all thousands of years old. So that's why they're so stubborn about everything.
基本的に元老院は外の世界のことに関与しません。セバスチャンが例外なんです。
The Senate don't get involved in the outside world. Sebastian is the only exception among them. Why don't they get involved in this world?
僕の知る限りだと、確か盟約と関係があると言っていました。
From my understanding, it has to do with the oath, which is like a constitution for vampires.
盟約は一種の憲法のようなもので、元老院は始祖と同じ時代の人物なのです。非常に強力な誓いをし、今もその規則を守りながら生きていると聞きました。
The members of the Senate were contemporaries of the first ancestor, the Bleeding One, and their oath was so powerful that they still live by those rules today. What does the Senate do?
それは
They
ちょっと待て。
stop right there. Sebastian interrupted, cutting off Forrest before he could continue.
なぜ俺ではなくフォレストにばかり質問する。
Well, you guys force all your questions when I'm right in front of you. Because you never answer my questions completely.
答えられることは誠心誠意答えてきたつもりだが。
I do my best for those I can answer. Then you're going to give me Then you're going to give me honest answers?
俺が答えられる範囲なら。
They're within what I can share. Fine. Fine. Then tell me, what's the Senate and what's its role?
立法、司法、そして行政手続きまで全てを処理する機関だ。
Senate's a body of empires that handle everything from legislative, judicial, and administrative processes. One organization handles all that? Then who keeps them in check so that they don't misuse their power?
そんなことはヴァンパイア社会では重要じゃない。ヴァンパイア社会はとにかく垂直的だ。
That doesn't matter to vampires because our societal structure has always been hierarchical.
どんなヴァンパイアも始祖に逆らうことはできないし、盟約を破ることもできない。
No vampire can defy the first ancestor or the oath.
元老院は始祖の意志に従って動く機関だから、それを否定するのはヴァンパイアとしての人生そのものを否定することに近い。
Since the Senate operates according to the will of the first ancestor, anyone who disapproves of it essentially disapproves of being a vampire.
複雑なんですよ。
Frustrating, right? Very.
それじゃあ始めよう。
As soon as the blood... Wait, what? What's his idea?
それじゃあ始めよう。
With this motion, Sebastian bit down on his fingers, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the stone tablet he had brought from the library. As soon as the blood touched the surface, an unidentifiable script made of blood appeared, glowing faintly with a strange power. Sebastian began to read the ancient writing carved into the tablet, his voice steady and solemn.
XXXX 歴。月が完全に姿を消した日。
Year XXXX. The day when darkness engulfed the moon. Is it a calendar?
次長が世に生まれた年から数えているんですよ。
The calendar begins with the year. Sorry, the first answer was born. That makes sense when you think about it. But why no specific dates?
寿命に制限がないので、年度を除いた日付は数えません。基本10年周期です。
Vampires don't count days, but years, because they're immortal. I heard they usually plan according to a 10-year cycle. Ugh, 10 is too long. 10 times 10 years. It's already 100. That's already human life expectancy.
ベルナールの秘密保持義務違反に関する議決を始める。
I hereby declare the commitment of the proceedings on Bernard's behalf of confidentiality. Benair?
それが元の名前だ。バーナードはここの生まれではない。俺は初めにバーナードと紹介されたからずっとそう呼んでいたまでだ。
Interesting. That was his original name. Bernard wasn't born here. I just call him Bernard because that was how he first introduced himself to me. As Sebastian spoke, the letters that filled the stone tablet began to fade, replaced by new ones, as the ruling continued to unfold. I think it's very eco-friendly of them to use a stone tablet instead of paper. Right, zone out for a second there. Fuck. Love that happens. You're good.
そうですね。僕の論文もこれで書いたら、かなり興味を引くことができると思うんですけれど。
I agree. I think I could draw considerable attention if I wrote my dissertation on one of those. Don't do that, Forrest. Please, don't write your dissertation on a stone tablet.
死後を慎め。読みそびれると面倒だ。
Stop chatting and focus. It's hard to read again once the line passes. It has no pause feature? I asked, half joking, but Sebastian ignored us.
ベルナールは我々の同族となる以前から人間の世界で我々の存在を誇示するなどの素行不良が目立ち、同族になった以降も天体に関心を持ち、自らが引き受けた義務を怠った。
Bernard engaged in misconduct before joining our ranks, flaunting his presence in the human world.
そうして我々の最大の機密事項を外部に漏洩せんとした。
After becoming one of us, he neglected his duties, favoring his interest in the heavens. Now he has attempted to divulge our greatest secret.
我々は血と契約で結ばれ、時の流れから逸脱した同志であり、運命共同体としてこのような変節者を度外視できないことをこの場をもって明確にする。よって。
We declare here now that such a renegade cannot be tolerated as our comrade in this fated community. Yes, fated. Bound by blood and covenant outside the flow of time. Therefore, we hereby decree. He paused, heavy silence settling over us before Sebastian delivered the final words.
罪人ベルナールを死
Death
刑とす
to
る。
the sinner, Bernard.
これは初期を除く全てが賛同した判決だ。
This is the consensus of all the members of the Senate, except the Secretary. Death sentence? You said he committed suicide.
ただし、ベルナールが同族になってから日が浅いこと、彼がまだきちんとした指導を受けていなかったこと、そしてそれに関する個人的な嘆願書が何度も提案されたこと。
However, in consideration of the brief duration of Bernard's membership in our ranks, the inadequate guidance is received, and the numerous personal petitions submitted on his behalf, we, the Senate, hereby decree a stay of execution.
本元老院はベルナールに200年間自由を制限する契約型に代替して執行猶予を与え、 期間内に反省の余地がない場合、死刑を執行する。
Instead, Bernard is to be subjected to a term of indentured servitude, during which his freedom shall be severely restricted for a period of 200 years.
以上。
Should he fail to demonstrate genuine remorse within that period, the sentence of execution will be enforced. This constitutes the final judgment of the Senate. 200 years still seems too long.
人間の感覚ではゼロを一つ抜くと正確だ。バーナードは20年ほどの刑を受けたわけだな。
Think of it like this. Subtract a zero. It is equivalent to about 20 years by human standards. Still, I still think it's too long. Anyway, stay of execution is basic. Yep. Yeah, basically probation or postponing the execution. But what's indentured servitude?
契約型は他のヴァンパイアと主従関係を結ぶことだ。このケースはレアだな。普通はフォレストのように人間が契約対象なのだが。
Indentured servitude is when you enter to a master servant contract with a vampire. It's an unusual contract since servants are humans, like Forrest. Forrest looked at me, his expression confused.
判決の内容通りなら自殺したとしても不思議ではありませんが、もし彼が生きているとしたら恨みを抱く対象も元老院では？
I wouldn't be surprised if he took his own life, given the verdict, but if he was still alive, wouldn't the Senate be the one he would hold a grudge against? Yeah, and what kind of confidentiality did they claim to be he violated? You said he had genuinely loved astronomy.
当時、宇宙進出は世界中の注目が集まる舞台だった。舞台裏で権力を掌握していた元老院がそんなことを容認するはずがなかったんだ。
At the time, space exploration was the stage that received the hottest spotlight. The Senate, which held power behind the scenes, wouldn't allow it.
議決のおよそ1年前、バーナードが俺を訪ねてきてこう言った。元老院が自分を手なずけるべく圧力をかけてくると。相当参っている様子だった。
About a year before the proceeding, Bernard came to me and said that the Senate was engaged in a futile tug of war with him.
病院にも行ったんじゃないかと思う。
He probably went to a clinic for emotional help because of that. You mean he went to Charlotte? I heard the story from her. They were a doctor and a patient. Sebastian nodded.
その頃のヴァンパイアは旧世代と新世代それぞれの勢力が対立し混乱した状態で、元老院はバーナードを新世代の主軸としていた。
At the time, Vampire Society was in turmoil, drawn between old and new generations. The Senate saw Bernard as a key figure of the new generation.
結果、バーナードはただ宇宙が好きだっただけで、その新世代の活動とは全くの無関係。
However, he had nothing
元
to
老
do
院
with
は
the movement.
標的を勘違いしていたんだ。
However, he had nothing to do with the movement, apart from his love for space.
彼が宇宙進出を口実にヴァンパイアの盟約を破ろうとしているとな。
The Senate misjudged him, thinking he was trying to break the oath to explore space. Which side were you on, Sebastian?
前にも言ったが、俺は新世代の方だった。ヴァンパイア社会があまりにも停滞していると思ったんだ。
I believe I mentioned this before, but I started with the new generation. I felt the society was too rigid.
説得を試みたにもかかわらず、元老院は対話よりも武力行使を選んだ。その犠牲者として指名されたのがバーナードだ。
Despite my efforts to reason with them, the Senate chose force over dialogue, and Bernard became the scapegoat.
しかし、知っての通りバーナードは自殺した。意図せず、バーナードの行動が引き金となって、 新世代ヴァンパイアたちは立ち上がり、元老院は一歩引くしかなかった。
As you know, Bernard took his own life, and his actions unintentionally sparked a revolution that led to the new generation rising up and forcing the Senate to step aside.
イボンが起業家として活動できるようになったのも、この事件のおかげと言える。
That was how Yvonne was able to run her own business today. There was no way the Senate, which had opposed something as groundbreaking as studying space, would have allowed Yvonne to run a business. As Sebastian spoke, Forrest nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the implications of the power shifts that had occurred.
そうだったんですね。起業にあたって元老院の許可は得ていると思っていましたが、具体的な背景までは知りませんでした。
I see. I assume Yvonne had the Senate's permission to do business, but I didn't know the details.
イボンは、お前との契約問題があるから、なるべく言いたくなかったはずだ。
Yvonne probably didn't want to tell you because of your own contractual issues.
付け加えると、バーナードの他にも議決の予定はいくつかあったが、バーナードの自殺以後、取り消しや無期限延期となったりした。これ以上、新世代を圧迫すれば、手の施しようがない事態に陥ると気づいたからだ。
In any case, there were a few other proceedings scheduled before Bernard's, but most were cancelled or postponed indefinitely after his suicide. The Senate realized they couldn't hold them back any longer.
そしてバーナードの自殺後、彼は新世代にとって改革の象徴となり、多くのヴァンパイアに。
After Bernard died, he became a symbol of reform to some vampires. Sebastian's voice lowered, almost grim.
始祖と同等に値するほど強い影響力を持った。
Bernard was as influential as the Bleeding One. Sebastian emerged from the underground library carrying a book in addition to the tablet.
俺は元老院での立場上、この件に直接関与することはできなかった。結局、俺にできたのは、死んだバーナードの遺体を回収することだけだった。
I wasn't able to intervene directly due to my social status. In the end, all I could do was retrieve Brad's body.
彼が死ぬ直前まで使っていた日記だ。
This is the journal he kept in days leading up to his death. He added all the books to Forrest. I couldn't help but notice their fragile state, the pages bearing the marks of fire. It looks a little burnt. What happened to it?
大火事が起きた。
There was a big fire.
バーナードの遺体を回収しに行った時、突然屋敷が燃え始めたんだ。俺は急いで彼の遺体と机の上に置いてあった遺品をいくつか持って屋敷を出た。
When I went there to retrieve his body, the mansion suddenly started burning. I rushed out with his body and some belongings from his desk.
日記以外の本は？
What are the other books about?
元老院のベルナール調査記録だ。途中で議決が取り消されたヴァンパイアたちの名簿もある。
The recordings from Sen's investigation of Bernard. There's also a list of vampires whose proceedings were cancelled after the incident.
I was just
Maybe let's
thinking
just
that you
for
look like
some-
the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
I'm actually out of water. I'm gonna go grab some more water real quick then. Be right back. My water's out. Be right back. I return with some more water. Nice, nice water. Nice, lovely water. A great pastime drink. Give me a second. Put that on. Anything else here? No, okay. So we're checking, we're good on these things. Yeah, okay. Just checking some of these real quick. We're good. We're good. Nothing is amiss. Yeah, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. So, double checking some things and we're just making sure I'm not... Nothing's wrong. Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Alright, sorry about that. Doot, and doot, and here.
クリスマスパーティーの参加者と照らし合わせてみれば少しは役に立つかもな。
It would be useful if you compare them to the list of the party attendees. Forrest nodded, then handed me the journal.
僕がこの名簿を確認しましょう。
I'll start checking this name list.
その間、君は日記に得意な点がないか見てもらえますか？君は資料深いから手がかりを見つけられるかもしれない。
While I'm cross-referencing, could you go through the diary for anything unusual, Suzume? You're really diligent, so you might catch some clues. Let's hope it's in a language you can read.
時間があればマリソンも一緒に。こういうことはみんなで手分けした方がいいでしょ？
Oh, and if Madison has time, could you ask you to help too? It's better if we all work on this together. Was Madison really diligent? I wondered. Resisting the urge to bet against Forrest on that point. Okay. Now I'll work with Madison to find clues. Sebastian, do you know where Bernard's house was? I want to check out where he lived for more information.
今は改装されて他の人が住んでいる。かなり丈夫な家なので家具を除いて建物自体はほとんど問題ないからな。
It's been renovated and someone else lives here now. Building itself, it said. Building itself remained intact after the fire, except for the furniture. Who would buy a burnt-down house?
俺の記憶では家主は2回変わっているが、現在は
Is it
お前も
Yvonne?
よく知っている人だ。
It's changed hands twice. It changed hands twice. The current owner is someone you know very well. Someone I know well? Who? Who could it be? I racked my brain. I couldn't think of anyone plausible. It's Yvonne, right? Then Sebastian's next words hit me like a bolt of lightning, giving me a bit of a shock.
俺たちはそこでハロウィンパーティーをした。
Oh,
家主はロビンだ。
we had the Halloween party there. Robin is the current landlord of the property. Oh! I forgot he existed.
なんですって。
My goodness! I forgot Robin existed. I forgot Robin was a character that existed in the story. He was someone important as a human. Right? Let me just stick my throat real quick. Let me just pop a Ricola. Okay. Now. I'm no longer sick, I'd say, but like still like nose still a bit stuffy sometimes, and I think like things stuck in my throat. My voice didn't feel right to me. Due to the fact that, you know, my nose is stuffy, my voice doesn't feel right. It feels wrong. Wah. 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 It's Madison. She's... Oh no. Or find out what about it. It's just a stuffy nose makes it feel weird. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's fine. It just because, you know, my nose is stuffy. It's only just perception if it was bizarre half the time. Madison gasped. Her jaw dropped as I recounted what happened at Sebastian's mansion.
あんた、私を置いてそこに行ったの？
You really went there without me? You really went there without me? That's why I'm explaining everything to you right now.
そういう問題じゃない。親友だって言ったのに、この裏切り
How could you forget to take your best friend with you? This is betrayal! Hey, Madison, let go! She suddenly grabbed my cheeks and pulled them apart. My cheeks are not a clay toy.
全然知らなかったわ。過去にそんな事件があったなんて。規則が変わったきっかけがあるとは聞いてたんだけど、みんな具体的には話したがらなかったのよ。
I had no idea about that incident. I was just told there was an event that prompted a change in the rules. Everyone I met never wanted to talk about it. I guess because it wasn't something very exciting.
まあ、気持ちのいい話題ではないわよね。
Right. Right? It isn't a typical happy story. Madison, what would you do if you were in Bernard's shoes? Madison looked serious as she considered the question.
セバスチャンやイボンを頼るかしら。契約型を命じられたからといって、見ず知らずのヴァンパイアと契約を結ぶ必要はないわよね。
Maybe ask Sebastian or Yvonne for help. Being sentenced to indefinite servitude doesn't necessarily mean you have to serve a complete stranger. That's true.
彼はなんでセバスチャンに頼らなかったのかしら。友達として心から大切に思っていたみたいだけど。
Why didn't you ask Sebastian? Sebastian seems to cherish his friends. I really don't know. Just shared glance. Master and I carefully opened the journal. The little pages crackling slightly as you turned them.
年、月、日、晴れ。
Date XX 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 XX. Weather sunny. It's very human of him to write the date.
そうね。
Yes, definitely. Wow. His handwriting is so neat. You should learn from him. You should learn from him. You lost marks in your report last semester because of your bad handwriting.
うるさいわね。教授がおかしいのよ。文字なんていちいち綺麗に書いてたら時間がもったいないでしょ。
Shut up! The professor was weird. It took too much time and effort to write neatly. It does take too much time and effort to write neatly. I would know. As I've spent many hours doing that for a cosplay. It was quite the journey, quite the endeavor to make sure I don't write too quickly, or like write at a good speed where it would produce the right effect. It's great. And now I know, and now it fucking haunts me every time. I'm writing with a pen, and I was like, oh no, it's slowly devolving into the character's handwriting. Oh no! What have I become? Anyways. Okay, relax. What does it say after that?
今日は空が澄んで星がよく見える。あの星には何があるのだろう。
Oh. You with a punch check, Olivia. How are you? Welcome. And stretch. How are you? We're doing well. The sky's crystal clear tonight, allowing me a breathtaking view of the stars. What secrets lie within those distant points of light?
果てしない宇宙の秘密を探求していると、私という存在は限りなくちっぽけなものに感じるが、 一方でそんな私もこの美しい宇宙の一部だということがとてもありがたく思える。これが航空宇宙工学の魅力だ。
Delving into the infinite mysteries of the universe makes me feel insignificantly small, yet profoundly grateful to be part of this vast cosmos. That, I suppose, is the allure of aerospace engineering.
気分転換も兼ねて花瓶を買い、バラを生けた。
In an attempt to lift my spirits, I bought a vase and placed a stem of rose in it. I guess this was written before he became a vampire.
今日は C 大学の博士と惑星着陸技術について話し合う機会があった。最近発表された論文によると、何これ？
Today I had the privilege of conversing with a professor from University C about advancements in planetary landing technology. According to a recent published paper. What is he talking? What is he saying? Madison flipped through the pages. Her eyes scanned the intricate diagrams and complex formulas. This was supposed to be Bernard's diary, yet it seemed more like a technical manual on space engineering. Had someone told Bernard he needed to include all this in his personal thoughts? I couldn't make any sense of it, especially since more than half of the diary was filled with technical jargon.
幸福。こんなの宇宙工学科じゃなければなんもわかんないわよ。
I give up. I don't get any of the aerospace engineering stuff. Same here. I doubt it has anything to do with the unknown suspect anyway. After all, the thief wouldn't be stealing forced contract for secrets about space engineering. As he flipped further into the journal, he found that the entries gradually shifted away from technical details and began to focus more on Bernard's everyday life. Finally. Hey, Madison! Stop right there. I think this part might be important.
どこ？
Where? Like a rose placed in a vase. There comes a time when we must bid farewell. Regrettably, I must relinquish my dreams of flight due to terminal illness. My desire to unravel the universe's secrets remains. If I survive, perhaps there will be another opportunity. Is there any way to extend my life? Is this truly the end? The back of the journal was mostly blank, with dried black blood staining each page.
すごく辛い日々を送ったみたいね。
It seems like he was really stressed out for a while. Though I penned this entry today, the events transpired a week ago. As I am preparing to say my final goodbye, R visited me at home with a serious expression. R asked whether I would be interested in the branch of immortality.
R って誰よ？何か情報はないの？
Does anything else about R? No. It doesn't give any details about them. I am unsure of its nature, so I asked R whether it was a method to extend life. R nodded. Following this revelation, R posed the same question to me 3 times, in which I affirmatively responded each time. R then handed me a vial filled with a thick red liquid that had the unmistakable taste of blood. Once he was certain I had consumed every drop, he abruptly drew a pistol and shot me.
このやり方は間違ってるわ。バーナードは自分がどんな選択をしたのか全く分かっていないもの。
This is wrong, but I had no idea what he got himself into. The next few pages were indecipherable, filled with chaotic scribbles and fragmented thoughts. It was clear that Bernard, now a vampire, had been plunged into a state of confusion, struggling to grasp his new reality. A month has passed since that day. Astonishingly, I was killed and subsequently resurrected. The past few days have been sleepless, as my mind has been inundated with thoughts. During my human years, I sought truth and reason in the expanse of the universe. Looking back, it seemed almost absurd to have believed that the truth was out there when they were so close all along. As my body underwent irreversible transformations, I experienced a profound spiritual awakening, unlike any in my life.
霊的体験？
A spiritual awakening? Do you remember... Where's that? Do you remember anything that happened before you came back?
いや全然。そんな話初めて聞くわよ。
Nope. Not a thing. Never heard of something like that. What did he even mean by spiritual experience? Bernard's journal then spiraled into a lengthy, almost fantastical account of his spiritual experience. Madison snorted at one part, where Bernard described crossing a red sand desert without stopping for 4 months.
ファンタジー小説みたいね。夢でも見たんじゃないの？
This is ridiculous. Like I'm reading a fantasy book or something. I know, right? Let's just skim through it. As we neared the end of the diary, Bernard's tone shifted dramatically. The once curious and exploratory tone became increasingly desperate.
何か重要そうよ。不治の病から抜け出すための選択が、かえって私の足かせになってしまった。
I think this is where it gets important. The decision to escape an incurable illness has now become chains that bind me. They demanded me that secrets must be kept and their integrity maintained.
秘密は秘密として完全でなければならないなんて。元老院はそんなに死を恐れているのだろうか。まさか不老の存在になっても死という罠からは抜け出せないのか。それでは長生きする人間と何が違うのだろう。
Is Senate so fearful of death that despite their immortality, they cannot escape its trappings? If that is the case, what distinguishes them from humans who merely have a longer lifespan?
信ずる心を証明せよという言葉は永遠に己を殺して生きていけという意味なのだろうか。
Does a mandate to prove my faith truly entail hiding myself forever? Prove your faith?
セバスチャンは初心を証明せよという意味だって。
Sebastian said it just means prove your mindset. The diary entries grew more erratic, the handwriting devolving to a frenzy of bizarre characters that sent chills down my spine.
やば、おかしくなっちゃったんじゃないの？
Did he go crazy? Maybe. It does seem like the kind of diary that... it doesn't seem like the kind of diary no person would write. Willis swallowed hard as we reached the end of the diary. Madison read aloud, her voice trembling slightly.
ついに正解を見つけた。私は真理にたどり着き、死から逃れるのだ。
Finally, I figured out the answer. I'm going to uncover the truth and transcend mortality. Well, we've read the whole thing. What do you think?
正直、バーナードというヴァンパイアがますますわかんなくなったわ。
Honestly, I still don't know much more about this vampire Bernard than before. Yeah, he's confusing. You can't really understand him with common sense. The first half is all scientific. The second half is incredibly religious.
極端すぎるよ。
This is way too extreme. One thing's clear, though. The suicide was intentional. This sentence Sounds dumb. Sounds dumb and redundant. Let's be honest. By definition, I'm pretty sure by definition, this is always intentional. So, I get what they're saying, but also like this sounds dumb. Just on paper. It sounds so dumb on paper.
そうね。精神的に追い込まれて死んだわけではないと思うわ。
I don't think he died because he was pushed to extremes. My eyes drifted to the footnote at the bottom of the last page. I found a brief, cryptic message from Bernard. P.S. P.S. To R. Please do not mourn my passing too deeply. This is not a farewell, but merely the first step towards eternity.
だから R って誰なのよ。フルネームくらい書いておきなさいよ。
Well, like, it's R, really? Why didn't you just write the full name? We went through the journal a few more times, hoping to find some overlooked detail, but there were no particular clues about the suspect. The journal left us with more questions than answers. The only option left was to investigate Bernard's mansion. The suspect was keeping themselves all too well hidden. And if we wanted to uncover the truth, I knew I couldn't go alone. It was to be someone I could trust completely. Someone who would handle whatever we might find in that house. My mind raced through possibility, considering who would be the best companion for this potential dangerous investigation. Who should I ask to go with? Come with me. Well, obviously. There's no one. I'm joking. Obviously, it's Madison. But first, I want to get some tea. Cause maybe that'll help me a bit. I'll get some tea real quick. Be right back. Lovely tea. Tea time. Alright, tea acquired. Some lovely green tea. My favorite. I honestly love any tea. Any tea is fine. I just consume any drinks. Update on pricing on this is still. I like to get updates on pricing for Thursday to Friday flights, as if I'm not tracking a Wednesday to Friday flight as well. I should be right. Make sure I'm also. Yeah, I am still tracking Wednesday to Friday. Wow, that's a giant increase in price. What the fuck? What the hell? Sorry. I just looked at my phone. This is a giant increase in price. What the fuck? Wow. The flight I'm currently tracking went from $688 to $1,174. But there are other flights that are cheaper. 19th is what? When is the 19th? The 19th is Thursday. The Thursday flights are cheaper though. But like Thursday early morning. to come in is the thing. It's like, flight at 5:15 a.m. Lovely. Lovely morning flight. But I arrive at 11 a.m. So, like, not horrible, I guess, but also Jesus Christmas. Jesus Christmas. 5 a.m. flight. Could you imagine? I can't. I wouldn't want to imagine that. That seems insane. But yeah, that increased. Over double increase on the Wednesday flight I'm tracking right now. Fucking wild. Cannot believe it went from... I should have bought the ticket earlier. Ugh, if I had known. Yeah, but the thing is, it's Friday. It's flying on Thursday though. Getting it on Thursday at 5 a.m. Me and everyone else, me and my ride has to wake up real early to get there. Yeah, it's 5 a.m. Thursday. That's the thing. That's what I'm looking at it. That's why that 5 a.m. flight tracking. Because like, on the off chance I need to do a Thursday flight in, let's look for a early flight, lest I get there at fucking midst of the night and miss out on day 0 again, basically. Because I basically missed out on day 0 last year because I got there like really late. I got there as in like I got to America like in the middle of the night, and then I'd stay there for a few days before I went to the convention. But also like I got to the convention like really like it was already nighttime. The sun was gone. So like if I wanted to do a Thursday flight in, it had to be really fucking early in the morning to get there, lest it be like dead ass fuck night or something. I guess I could arrive like afternoon, but I want as much time as possible, to hang out. Even if it's day 0 and I'll be staying longer, you get it. So I'm hoping for a Wednesday flight in instead of a Thursday flight, but I am tracking Thursday. I am tracking Thursday just in case I might need it. It's always good to keep your options open for a Thursday flight into America and such. I'm just being well aware of options and stuff. But if I do need to pay that exuberant amount of money, I have the funds to do it, so not worried too much about the cost of flights. But like, obviously, I would rather have it be cheaper and look for a better price point, not paying fucking $1,900 to get into fucking America. Ooh, this is hot. Ah, bad. Water's hot. Tea's hot. Anyways. Let's go to the game. And not talk about flights for now. Cause you're not here to listen to me ramble about my flight predicament for June. Unless you are, then that's weird. Why are you here to listen to that? Why is that what you're here to watch? Why would you think? Why would I? Why? Weirdo. After my options, I decided that the best person to accompany me to Bernard's mansion was Madison. As my roommate and best friend, she was someone I knew I could trust in any situation. I know, but like, why would you come here for that? Ah, thank you. I forgot about that, because I was looking at the game. I was like, how do you check to VGen? See if any updates on things. Because I have a commission that, again, that is allegedly guaranteed delivery date is tomorrow. But again, I don't really care if it gets late. If it's late, it's fine. They're working on it right now. They're on, like, I think they're near the final stage of it, I assume. So it's fun. Also, I just realized I forgot to turn something on. I forgot to put this on so you can see it. There you go. Little guy. By the way, if this guy is on the screen, it's still TGS still works if it's him, by the way. You can still use CTS if it's not, if you can't see it. It's on the background, so if you need, if it should in theory work, even without showing the little guy. Look at the little guy. Look at the little guy. Look at her go. No thoughts behind her eyes. Just vibing. Wow. I really sucked at blinking. Sorry, I'm only just now looking at the
Madison, 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 Madison.
like I was saying. I only just now looked at the animation, the GIF I made for these, where I recorded myself just vibing a bit, then blinking every now and again. I fucking sucked at blinking. I guess. That was just how that looks. I don't even fully close my eyes. It's like just squints, opens eyes, and then you fucking close my eyes fully. What the heck? Wow. Wow, I suck at that. I suck at blinking apparently. Did you know that? But yeah. Anyways. Now that's done with for now. Oh, we're also we're tangent again. I'm waiting on 4 commissions so far. One is I think one's whip and 3 of them are currently in queue, and that's exciting. One of them is allegedly supposed to. I'm on this. It's supposed to start this week for one of the commissions. I'm in this week's queue, according to the Trello. And I'm in this week's queue. Well, that's exciting. That's fun. So yeah, I'm in queue for this week. I'm at the very back of this queue for the week because there are other things right now. They've not started at all. I'm still queue though. I'm still in queue, but it's exciting. Commissions are exciting. But I'm mainly waiting for the one that's supposed to be delivered, be finished by tomorrow. Because once that is done properly, once I'm sure that's completely finished and everything is good, what's the word? No revisions are needed. I can start 2 other commissions. I can see 2 other commissions. At least one. Yeah, you get both of them. Yeah, I can get 2 more. I can get 2 more commissions. It'll be fun. Fun little things for later. Anyways, as a roommate and best friend, she was someone I knew I could trust in any situation. I'm texting her as if she isn't in the same building as me. Hey, Madison, where are you? You're in your room. Oh, that's why. I'm at the grocery store grabbing a few things. What's up? Are you free tomorrow? Yep. I have the whole day off. Why? How about we go check out Bernard's mansion? Sure. Should we bring anything? Lanterns, flares? We should have gone to the store together. I don't think we need all that. It's just Robin's mansion. Madison, sorry. What if there's something hidden in there? Oh, we love Madison. We love that. We love this little being who is cautious and protective. We love her. It had been almost half a year since the Halloween party. And I was standing before the mansion. It looked completely different. The colorful decorations were gone, and the house was back to its ordinary, pristine state. Madison stood beside me, brimming with excitement for the adventure ahead. I managed to talk her out of bringing a suitcase and settled on a backpack. Though I still wondered if we'd ever use all the gear she insisted on packing. Hey, kids. Have you been? Have you been?
こんにちは、ロビンさん。
Hi, Robin. Madison added, though her usual enthusiasm seemed quite slightly muted. Hey, I was wondering how you're doing. It's great to see you again. How's the student housing? Comfortable enough? Well, the shower hose leaks a bit when I use it.
いえいえ、とても快適です。そうよね。
Oh no, it's actually pretty cozy, right? She said, poking me in the side to emphasize her point. I realized her hesitation stemmed from what happened at the Halloween party. Madison had felt bad about sucking Robin's blood without warning, which was an impulsive decision she clearly regretted. If there's one thing Madison was known for, it was acting on impulse and then feeling terrible about it afterward. I caught her eye and gave a slight nod, silently agreeing with her effort to smooth things over. Yeah, actually, we've gotten much closer since Halloween party. We used to have different lifestyles, but now we grocery shop and eat together more often. That's great to hear. Cherish each other. It's not easy to find compatible roommates. I lived in a dorm in college, and my roommate and I had completely opposite personalities. We clashed the whole semester until I eventually moved out. What did you do next? Voice crack. What did you do next? What did you do next? I found a new place to share with someone else. I thought my new roommate was a guy, but turned out she was a girl. I found out on her move-in day. She begged me to let her stay, and we decided to give it a try.
お優しいんですね。
You have a big heart. Well, that place eventually became our honeymoon house a few years later, and our home for decades. It's a special place for me. Was that house this mansion? Yes. Sometimes around my college graduation party, I confessed my feelings to her, and I knew I had to buy this mansion. I took out a mortgage and renovated inside and out, and there was a lot of space I didn't need, but it felt right. Spaces he didn't need? Mass and I exchanged looks. Hey, Robin. Hey, Robin, do you happen to have any blueprints from the renovation? Why? Feeling adventurous, are we? To be honest, I am. It was so long ago that I threw them all away. Oh. I sighed in disappointment, the excitement deflating slightly at the thought of hitting a dead end so soon. But Robin's smirk only grew wider. Don't worry, I remember the spaces. When I was renovating, I discovered this house had a lot of hidden areas. Besides the cellar, off the kitchen, there was a couple more basements and a hidden room between other rooms. Where the original owner was a scientist. I believe he was working on a top secret project. That's really interesting. I've lived here since I was small, and I never knew about these hidden spaces. That's because I blocked off the entrances to the secret rooms. Even without them, this mansion was a lot of empty rooms. That's true. Well, might have to leave you two alone now. I have to go upstairs and take care of some work. Let's have dinner together later. You got to hear me sip my fucking tea. The lip of this mug is a lot wider than I'm used to. I'm using a different mug, a taller mug that can hold more liquids. And it's the lip is a bit wider than I'm used to my smaller mug. My smaller Bee and Puppy Cat mug. It's great. I like the Bee and Puppy Cat. I like the Bee and Puppy Cat mug. It's cute. It's small, but it's cute. I like it. It's adorable. As soon as Robin headed upstairs, Madison turned to me, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
ほら、私が言った通りでし しょ。何か隠されているのよ。
See? I told you there was something hidden. Yeah, I thought I knew everything about this mansion, but apparently I didn't.
それであんたは何から探すのがいいと思う？地下室？秘密の部屋？
So, where should we start? The basement or the secret room? The basement. I began watching as Madison's face quickly turned from eager to apprehensive. Doesn't sound great. Let's start with the secret room. Aww. The basement. Doesn't sound great. Let's start with the secret room.
そうね。
Aww, she's adorable. I love her. Little baby. Little adventurous baby. I love her. She just wants to go on adventures. Adventures. I love her. She's great. Refreshes regen. For some reason, as if that would change anything, it would not change anything. Mass and I had been searching the mansion for the secret room, but it wasn't going well. We didn't have the ability to see through walls, and our progress was slow. As I stared at yet another wall, lost in thoughts, all alone, Madison spoke in a low voice.
そういえばあんた、ロビンさんの話どう思う？
By the way, what do you think of what Robin said? Which part? The secret room? That doesn't seem like a lie.
いや、そっちじゃなくて、その。
No, not that. About the... Madison muttered, her cheeks flushed pink,
ル
flushed
ー
red.
ムメイトのことよ。
About the roommate thing. You know, how... And they were... And they were roommates. You know? You and I get along pretty well, don't we? I'm not looking for a new roommate.
違うって。だから、彼はつまり、シェアハウスで出会った人と結婚したのよね。
No, I mean... How his roommate became his wife. Oh, I knew they met in college, but I didn't know the full story. I think it's romantic.
そう。
Really? Madison's eyes lit up at my answer. I could see a glimmer of hope in them.
私、今はバイトばかりしているけど、もうすぐ卒業もするし、就職するわ。それで、シェアハウスで結婚して、新婚生活をするのも悪くないと思った。ローンはちょっと必要だけど、とにかく、私たちの思い出がある空間だから、他のところにわざわざ行く必要もないし、いや、だから、私が言いたいのは。
Thing is, I only have a part-time job right now, but I'm graduating soon and will get a full-time job. So I thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to get married and spend the honeymoon period in a home like that. I might need a mortgage, but since it's where you and I have built our precious memories, I don't want to go anywhere else. And so what I'm trying to say is, huh? Slow down. Madison grabbed my shoulders, her expression serious.
私はどう？
What are you thinking? Uh-oh. I shouldn't. I knew it. I shouldn't laugh, but I couldn't help myself.
私真剣なんだけど。なんで笑うの？何が面白いのよ。
Why are you laughing? I'm dead serious right now. Is this really funny to you? Yeah, it's really funny. I'm sorry, Madison. I knew I shouldn't laugh, but... the whole situation was just so... cute. Madison looked so serious about her confession, but... but her confession was as chaotic and adorable as she was. Madison pouted, crossing her arms, but she couldn't pull away when I hugged her tightly. I know, little baby. She was like a little She was like a little persimmon. Pomeranian, trying to be fierce, but only managed to be even more adorable.
何よ、牛なんかで許すと思ったら大間違いなんだからね。私ものすごく怒ってるの。本当よ。
Hey, if you think a hug is gonna make me forgive you, you're wrong. I'm really angry right now. You hear me? Who asked? Someone out like that? Who asked someone out like that?
ちょっと言葉がこじれちゃっただけ。告白とかじゃなくて、ただ聞こうとしただけなのに。
My gosh, I was just having a hard time finding the right words. I was going to confess, but I just wanted to ask, and then I got carried away. If we dated, we always be pulling pranks on each other. The thought of living life filled with laughter and playful teasing didn't seem so bad. In fact, it seemed perfect.
それで、あんたはどうなのよ。
So, are we going to... I love you, Madison. Will you go out with me? Oh my god! 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 This is real! This is real! Oh my god, this is real! This is real! Oh my god, please, fine. This is real! It's real. Please, 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 please. Possum's begging in chat, guys. Guys! Once again, Possum's begging in chat for screenshots of lesbians. Can you believe it? I can, in fact, because it's happened many times before. She's fucking thirsty for women. Can you believe it? Yes. I can indeed believe it. It's once again a normal occurrence. Like I said, minutes ago. She's fucking thirsty for women. Anime women! Impossible. Love these fucking lesbians. They're so gay for each other. I love them. Woman, am I right? Wowee! Oh, wowee! Oh, wowee! Fans, can you believe it? Women all love each other. Oh, wowee! That's me, Papyrus. Oh, wowee! God damn it! God damn it, why is it going everywhere? What the fuck happened now? Oh, no, a fucking radio star! Oh, no, fucking... What's the word? Not Marine, what's the fucking accent called, guys? I forgot what it's called. I'm now curious what it was again, I forgot. Radio accent. Name! What's it called again? The South. What is it? The Mid-Atlantic accent! I am now Mid-Atlantic! What the fuck? Wow! Imagine that! Anyways, moving on, back to the video game at hand. Madison's face turned bright red, almost as if it were on fire. I didn't wait for her to recover. I reached out, gently cupped her cheeks, and leaned in to kiss her. Madison, don't you find this room a bit odd? What do you mean? Like, you can't just go from kissing me to... You can't just go from kissing me to asking about the room structure. What the fuck? Makes no sense. I just did, so... You can't just say that. Wait a second. I have that voice line, right? On demand, right? I don't. Give me a second. I should have it somewhere. I think it's on tits.
It looks like a third eye.
Don't say something
stupid like that after kissing me? Me? You weren't saying anything at all. Someone had to offer some levity. You call that levity? I'm even more nervous. Sounds like a you problem. Have you tried stealing your confidence? Overgrown tree, you're the most entitled and selfish person I've ever met. Is that the best you've got? You've called me worse. Today, even. Well, I didn't mean any of that, but I mean it this time! So you're feckless, too. Not as if I didn't know, but perhaps you should try committing to something for once in your life, Ranger. Perhaps you could commit to coming home. You're still on that? After everything? You still want me back? Want is a very generous... I do. Of course I do. The next few days are gonna suck, you know? It might not be much better than today. We've already seen the worst of each other, haven't we? I have no doubt this will be just as exhausting. But we'll deal with it together. Alright. Let's go then. Welcome home. Good to be home.
I like how you know what the fuck I was looking for. You knew what I was looking for. You knew! What can you say after my looks got third eye. Who says that after kissing someone? Madison. Doesn't this feel... Don't you find this room a little odd? Don't say that after kissing me. The fact that you knew that instantly is very funny to me, Possum. It's very funny to me how you just knew what I was looking for instantly. Look. VIP service? You don't have time already. Look! VIP service. VIP service. Oh, the button here, really? Is it on the menu? Nope. There's a bunch of rocks there. Really? I don't have... Really? I don't have that here? Huh. Huh. Interesting. I don't have it here on my soundboard, but I do have it saved. It's on Discord, I think, for sure. It's just on my it's not on the apparent summer soundboard. I can also make a second folder in here as well at some point if I want to. I can make a subfolder, page 2 for the soundboard. I should do that eventually. But for now, I'm just drag the button on here then. I don't need the arguing anymore, do I? Probably not. Also, I have a secret third page on my soundboard, on my stream deck, that has buttons that can only get to if you have the stream deck app open. Like this one.
I'm going to fuck your dad.
I swear I'm going to cry right here, right now.
I fucked a fairy in half.
Now where's the summer section? Summer, 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 summer. Summer. Summer, summer, summer. Summer, 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 summer. Summer. Squeak. Scion. Very scuffed. Suburban Jungle. Let's go. Other folder? The thing is, I have 2 different folders with sound clips. One is in my stream. One is just Streaming Sisters. See you really soon. Spicy Hydrate. I didn't say Siri. Fuck off. The most right. VIP service.
Look, VIP service. Look. Look.
You wanna cry?
If you're ever feeling lost, always know that Dad will be there to lend you an ear.
Or this.
To Charlie.
What about page 481?
Page 61.
This is 61, not 81. Or page 7.
Page 7.
Or what about 31?
Page 31.
Or what about this one?
Page 53.
Or this.
Page 42. To Millie. To Mike. To Charlie. Page 52.
I have a lot of buttons. The fun part is, I can't get to this page in my Stream Deck without opening the Stream Deck application on my computer. It's on page 3, but there's no page 2, but there's no page 3 button to get here on the Stream Deck. Which is very funny to me.
Little fox? Where is your home, little... Where is your home, little fox? Where is your home, little fox?
Anyways, now that I'm being distracted.
Ugh, what's in this? A bunch of rocks?
Some, yes. Amongst other geological samples.
Good thing I'm here then, huh?
Yes. You've always shown up at the perfect time in my life.
Madison, don't you find this room a little odd? Madison stiffened at my question, clearly trying to make her mask her nervousness.
そうかしら。そうよね、確かに。
Is that so? I mean, yeah, of course, I guess. Jeez, Madison. Robin will find out immediately that we are dating if we keep acting like that. Wow, Madison, calm the fuck down. He's gonna realize we're lesbians. We wouldn't want that to happen, right? Wow.
なんてこと言うのよ。
Just can't control it. Madison grumbled. There was a small smile tucked at her lips. She turned her attention to the spot I had pointed out, tapping the wall a little. Shit's hollow.
そうね。ここだけ重たい音がしない。これは壊せそうよ。
You're right. It's not making a heavy sound. I think I can break this thing. You didn't bring a hammer, did you? I'll ask Robin if we could borrow his tools.
いいえ、必要ないわ。
You don't need those. They only get in the way. Punches wall. Then how are you gonna break it though?
見てなさい。こうやって。
Like this. Madison exclaimed before ringing back and punching the wall with a neat, controlled move. A what controlled move? A neat controlled move. I wouldn't call a punch a neat, controlled move. Sound reverberated throughout the room as Madison's punch went right through the false wall, leaving a sizable hole. Wow. My mouth fell open, in shock, and Madison turned to me with a smug grin.
言ったでしょハンマーなんか必要ないって。
Told you so. This is nothing for me. Show me your hand. Are you hurt? I rushed to Madison's side, carefully examining her hand. Her hand was clean, free from scratches.
大丈夫だって。いや、ちょっと痛いかも。
I told you I'm okay. Maybe I'm not. Maybe it hurts a little. Dum-dum, wear a glove at least.
バカって言った方がバカ。
Look at me, dum-dum. I don't want you to hurt your pretty hands.
私はなんともないけど、あんたがそう言うなら、これからは手袋くらいはめてあげないこともないわよ。
I'm pretty much okay, but if you say so, I'll wear a glove as you say. Madison continued to clear the false wall. After a while, we had created an opening big enough for a person to walk through. This was an unbelievable sight, revealing a hidden space that had been concealed for who knows how long. Madison clasped her hands together, dusting off the remains of the wall.
そこまで広くはないよね。何かの倉庫かしら。
This space doesn't seem very deep. I think it was a storage room. This is not a storage room. This is not a storage room, this is a fucking study. The hidden space seemed like a storage room. Madison and I moved cautiously, our eyes scanning the dimly lit area. We found a vase and a flower, and a photo frame in a cabinet. They were remarkably well preserved for their age. Inside the frame was a picture of a smiling man.
この人がバーナードよね。
He must be Bernard, right? I think so. I replied, gently pulling the photo out of the frame. But as I did, I noticed something unexpected. Another photo was hidden behind the first one. In the second photo, Bernard was hugging someone around the waist. My breath caught as I recognized the figure. No, okay. Charlotte?
二人は恋人だったってこと？
They were lovers? I turned the photo over. On the back were the bold words, "With my beloved Rose." Rose. R. Rose. A patient and a doctor. The pieces of the puzzle suddenly clicked into place. The one suspect emerged in mind. Madison, I think I know who the suspect is.
誰なの？
And who's that? It's Charlotte. The shock dissipated quickly. Apparently. I immediately called all the vampires involved with the matter to my house. My house being the college dorm area. Lol. Now that everyone is here, let me explain. It was the first time they had all gathered in the home that Madison and I shared. I couldn't help but wish the occasion was for something more pleasant, like a birthday party, instead of the grim revelation I was about to make. I would realize if you were... I would realize if you were at Bernard's mansion, but I figured out who the suspect is. And to get straight to the point, it's Charlotte.
まだ混乱してるわ。どうしてシャルロットなの？
Wait, I don't get it. Why Charlotte? You were there, Madison. I'll explain step by step. For some context, Madison and I went through Bernard's journals. He documented his life from when he was human to becoming a vampire, and eventually to his death. When he was human, he was fascinated by the universe, the absolute truth. To be precise, he wanted to uncover the truth of this world. The universe was just a means to the end. He was obsessed with finding the truth.
執着していいことはないのに。なんだってね。
It's never healthy to obsess with anything. Yvonne flinches at Forrest's words. But then Bernard got terminally ill and was dying. That's when this person named R showed up and offered him branch of immortality. He accepted it because it was his only way to cure the illness. So Bernard became a vampire. During his resurrection, he had a spiritual experience and started searching for truth within the vampire race. I think he became fixated on proving his faith.
それはただ初心を維持しろって意味じゃないの？
Doesn't that just mean stay true to your initial mindset?
解釈はヴァンパイアによって違うだろうけど、それは血に刻まれた名約なので、名約に反すれば死ぬと聞きました。
The interpretation varies among vampires. I've heard it's like an oath written in our blood, and if you break it, you die.
ただ、今考えてみると、元老院が恐怖で支配するためのハッタリだったかもしれませんね。
But now I think about it, that might just be something that Senate made up to scare us.
実際、死に至ることは極めて稀だ。俺が直接見たのも一度だけだった。
They really actually died. I've only seen it happen once.
直接見た？それは議決の過程で？
You told yourself? During the proceeding? My eyes turned to Sebastian, who hesitated before responding.
いや、ヴァンパイアになった直後だ。お前は聞いたことがあるかもしれないな。俺がどうやってヴァンパイアになったのか。
No. It was right before it became a vampire. It was right after it became a vampire. Excuse me, you would remember how it became a vampire. I looked at him puzzled. Did he ever talk about it? His expression was complicated, and I couldn't read his thoughts.
まあいい。俺が勘違いしたようだ。どうせ話そうと思っていたから説明する。
Alright, I must have been mistaken. I was gonna tell you anyway, so let me explain everything. Yeah, I feel like I didn't remember him telling me he became a vampire. I was like, what are you talking about, Sebastian? You never told me shit. You told me nothing. You're very cryptic about everything. What do you mean?
俺はサーバント契約を結び、数百年間あるヴァンパイアに服従した。俺の主人だったヴァンパイアは元老院の一員で、その地域で強大な権力を持つ領主だった。
I was indentured as a servant and served a vampire for hundreds of years. He was a member of the Senate and a lord who wielded great power in his reign.
フォレストの事例を見て知っているだろうが、サーバントは主人の意思に反して契約を破棄することができないんだ。
As you may know from Force's case, a servant can't break their contract against their master's will.
もちろん、人生を終わらせてでも自由になりたい奴だっていたが。
Of course, some tried to end their lives that way, but I wasn't one of them.
それでどうしたんですか？
Listening?
その時、シャルロットに出会った。彼女はまだ人間だったが、俺にある方法を提示してきた。俺たち奴隷は賢い彼女の計画通りに無事契約書を破棄することができて、そのまま自由の身になって逃げた。
That's when I met Charlotte. She was human, but incredibly smart. She showed me a way out of my situation. I followed her plan to break the contract and ran away.
しかし、俺の主人は俺を手放すつもりはなかったらしい。彼は自由になった奴隷たちを追撃し、そのせいで仲間たちはほとんど奴に捕まって死んでしまった。
My master had no intention of letting me go. He hunted down his freed slaves, and most of them were captured and killed. Force's face mirrored the gravity of Sebastian's words.
俺は最後まで彼に抵抗したが、結果的に一度死んだ。その過程をよく覚えてはいない。蘇った時さえしばらくは動けなかったほどだ。凄惨な戦いだったのかと思う。
I resisted, but I was killed as a result. I don't remember the details, but it must have been a bloody battle because I couldn't move for a while after I resurrected.
そして、ようやく起き上がった俺は、 近くでそいつの死体を見つけた。
Although I was trying to figure out what happened. I found a dead vampire nearby.
死んだ？一体どうして？
Dead?
それを見た瞬間理解したんだ。多分、お前たちも見たら本能的にわかるだろう。それは論理ではなく、本能的な直感だからだ。
The moment I saw his body, I just knew. I'm sure Yvonne or Madison would recognize it instantly if they saw it too. It wasn't about logic. It was pure intuition.
俺は死んだヴァンパイアが盟約を破ったということ。そしてそのために死んだのだということを知った。
The dead vampire.
全身から血が吹き出して死んだ様は
The dead
無
vampire.
残だった。
The dead for fuck's sake, Sebastian. The dead vampire had broken the oath and died because of it. It was terrifying, with blood pouring from every pore.
俺は死んだヴァンパイアの空白を埋めるために新しい元老院になった。
After everything, I took his place in the Senate to fill the vacancy he left.
セバスチャン、どうやってヴァンパイアになったのか覚えていますか？
Sebastian, do you remember how you became a vampire?
いや、全く。ただ、おそらく戦闘の間に主人の血が口に入り、そして死んだ。最低限の条件は満たしていたと言える。
Not at all. I probably drank the master's blood during the battle. Since I died, I suppose I met the minimum requirements.
もしもサーバントがその過程を踏んだら、ヴァンパイアになれるんでしょうか？
If a servant enters a vampire contract, do they become a vampire?
断言するが、それは違う。血と死というのは、人間とヴァンパイアの境界を崩すための手続きで、その条件を順番に満たさなければ、決してヴァンパイアにはなれない。
No. Blood and death are the rites of passage to bridge the gap between human and vampire.
加えて、一番初めに満たされなければならない条件は、対象が人間でなければならないということだ。
You can't become a vampire without satisfying both.
サーバントとは一種の使い魔で、すでにヴァンパイアに似た生き物に区分されている。
But above all, you must be human. Servants are already classified as vampire-like creatures because they serve as minions.
人間という基本条件を満たしていないので、ヴァンパイアの血を飲んだとしても、死後2度目のチャンスは来ないだろう。
Since they don't meet the basic requirements of being human, they don't get a second chance if they die as a servant.
僕とイボンの契約はどうしたって永遠になれなかったんですね。
Then I guess my contract with Yvonne wouldn't last forever anyway. Forrest seemed to relax slightly, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. And then continue. Bernard dove into research of the vampire race like a madman. After that, it was hard to understand what he was thinking, except for the fact that he killed himself, doing these incomprehensible words at the end of his journal. As I spoke, I could almost see Bernard's voice echoing in the back. Hear Bernard's voice echoing in the back of my mind, his final thoughts lingering with a haunting whisper. Finally, I figured out the answer. I'm going to uncover the truth and transcend mortality.
それでどうしてシャルロットが犯人って分かったのよ。
So, what makes you think Charlotte is the one who did all this? When I first met her, Charlotte introduced herself as Rose. I assume it was just one of her many aliases.
多分そうよ。いつも変えてるから、いちいち仮名を覚えてないのよ。この前はサリーだったっけ？
You're probably right. She uses her alias so often that no one remembers them anymore. Was it Sal last time? Yeah, and Charlotte mentioned that Bernard was her patient for a while. She probably wasn't lying about that because Bernard did see her for emotional issues before she had died, but that's likely just part of the story. I reached into my bag and pulled out the evidence I had gathered from Bernard's mansion, laying it out for everyone to see. I pushed the traces of Charlotte and that I had uncovered. Sebastian, when you first met Charlotte, was Charlotte her real name?
さあ、俺たちはお互いを数字で呼んだからな。俺のこの名前もヴァンパイアになった後に新しくつけたものだ。
I don't know. We used to call each other using numbers instead of names. She asked me to call her Charlotte when she introduced herself to me.
彼女は俺に自分自身を紹介するとき、シャルロットと呼んでくれと言っていた。
I chose my name after becoming a vampire. I'm guessing her real name is Rose, or something related to it. She probably changed her name because she liked its meaning. If she was in a situation similar to yours, she would have craved freedom. Yes, freedom. The initial R in the diary, Bernard's obsession with roses, and Charlotte, who also goes by the name Rose. Put it all together, and there's only one answer. Charlotte was the one who turned Bernard into a vampire. The one Bernard was in love with, and the driving force behind the new generation's push for freedom.
そういえば、リストに似たような名前があった。
Wait, she was on the list. She was on the list.
それって、あ、ロザリオですか?
Huh? Who? Oh, Rosaria.
違うヴァンパイアだと思っていたわ。
I thought that was a different vampire. I wasn't sure if she had encountered Bernard to become a she encouraged Bernard to become a vampire in the first place, possibly to make him the center of the attention. We even saw her at the Christmas party.
でも今の話じゃ彼女がなんでフォレストの契約書を盗んだのかってことまでは説明できないわね。
Everything you said makes sense, but still doesn't explain why Charlotte took Forrest's contract. It does, actually. Freedom. Forced freedom, because Forrest had been going to Charlotte for counseling. I understand now. I have understanding. But first, I'll make more tea real quick. Be right back. I'm putting more water in my mug and get some more tea. Be back in a second. Tea. Man, this tea bag is ass. I miss the other tea bag I had that one time. I miss that awesome, that cool tea bag that survived for like 4 steeps, 4 separate steeps, especially since I leave the tea bag just in the water at all times. So I don't think I have it. So, oh, that's still pretty hot. That's still pretty hot. Like, I missed that one tea bag I found, that oolong tea that I had that one time. It's for like 4 separate steeps of it just soaking in the hot water in the mug at all times, which is wild. And this one's fucking ass. This was ass. This was bad. Let's not do that. It's already pretty faint. Yeah, we're just sitting here. I wonder if I dunked it up and down, it might be better quality tea, better potency of the tea. I'm doing that right now. Yeah, it's better. It's a bit better now. Anyway, anyway, everyone nodded in agreement. There has to be a reason. Rena's death changed something in Charlotte, and that's why she took the contract. Who could that be? The doorbell rang before anyone could respond. I looked up at Madison, surprised by the interruption. Madison, did you order something?
いや、あんたこそ。
No? Did you? I wouldn't order anything in the middle of a serious meeting.
とりあえず出てみるわ。
Whatever, I'll get the door. Don't, Madison. As she opened the entrance, the visitor greeted her with a dramatic flourish. Oh, his presence instantly commanding attention.
楽しいおしゃべりに私を呼ばないなんて寂しい限りですよ、レイディー。そしてごきげんよう、舞台役者の皆様。
It's a shame you've left me out of your exciting tea time, milady. And you too, dear performer.
改めてご挨拶いたしましょう。私は今世紀最高の魔法使いにして皆様の今宵の舞台までの案内人エバラードです。
Greetings, everyone. I am Everard, your guiding greatest wizard in this century, here to lead you on the stage. Lead us? To where?
おやおやセブ、まだ説明していらっしゃらない？次に起こることを。
Oh, my dear Sebby, you haven't explained everything here, have you? What's next?
何が起こるっていうのよ。
What's next? Everard reacted with Madison's question with barely contained joy.
ああ、こういう新鮮な反応を待っていました。私のとてもとても大事な弟子はリアクションが非常につまらなくて。
Ah, finally! It's an excitement! I've been waiting for this. My very favorite apprentice was always so boring.
弟子？
An apprentice? Just explain everything already.
もちろん、私は未来のことを全部知っています。しかし、私が言ってしまったらネタバレになって面白くなくなっちゃいますよ。それでもよろしいですか？
Of course. I know all about the future, but if I reveal everything, it would deflate the balloon. Are you sure you want that?
無駄な戯れはよせ。仕事をしろ、案内人。
Just stop rambling and start leading us, Shepherd.
なんて辛辣な。悲しいです。私は皆さんを助けようとしているのですが。
You disappoint me with such a reaction. I'm just here to help. Everett leaned in closer to Sebastian and whispered something too quiet for the rest of us to hear.
なんだと？
What did you say?
約束通りお知らせいたしました。
Just as promised.
あなたがシャルロットと共謀したのは知っているのよ。シャルロットは何か言いたいことがあるんでしょ？
We know you're working for Charlotte. What does she want?
共謀だなんて、もう少し優しくお話ししてくださいよ。
Working for her? That's a bit hard. I'd appreciate if you were a bit more gentle with your words.
私とシャルロットはただ親しいだけです。私は彼女の計画に興味があったのでね。
I'm just helping out a friend because I'm very interested in her plans.
今回は彼女に皆さんを探して連れてきてほしいと頼まれただけですよ。
She asked me to find you and take you to a certain place. With a flourish, Everard spread the cards in his hands to the air and began flipping them over, one by one. The magician, the lovers, the empress, the same cards as he presented us at our first encounter.
レイディは私が課したミッションを問題なく遂行しましたね。一つ、あるいは二つ。
You've done well with the missions I gave you, milady. One or two. What does that have to do with anything now?
私が課すミッションの正解は必ずしも一つではありません。私はその中の一つを提示したに過ぎない。
The missions I gave you didn't have just one right answer. I merely suggested one possibility.
レイディは選ぶことができます。何度も言ったせいで そろそろ耳にタコができるかもしれませんが、もう一度だけ。私の言葉を肝に銘じてください。
You can choose your own path, my lady. It hurts my mouth to keep repeating this, but I'll say it one more time, so mark my words. Everard flipped over a new card, depicting a tall tower.
塔のカード。これから皆さんはシャルロットの塔に行くことになります。彼女が何を積み上げたのか、その目で見るのです。とても興味深い時間になるでしょうね。さあ、ついてきてください。
The tower! Now I'll be headed to Charlotte's tower. It's gonna be fascinating to see what she's built. Come on! Follow me! As I prepared to follow Everard out the door, Forrest stepped forward and pressed something into my hand. The chill of the metal sent a shiver up my spine. I looked up at him in surprise.
いつ何が起こるかわかりませんから、持っていて。君の身を守るためだ。
Excuse me. Keep this with you in case something happens. You'll need something to defend yourself. What did you give me, a knife? Isn't this place your clinic?
病院にもしている建物ですね。
Yes, it's also used as a clinic. Everard led us to Charlotte's clinic. Us being everyone else, I assume? Despite it being a weekday, the place was eerily empty. It was as if no one had ever been here before. The familiar surroundings now felt strange and unsettling, even though I had visited this clinic many times before. Everard stepped into an elevator, his movements deliberate as he pressed the button with a particular sequence, almost like he was entering a passcode. The elevator hummed to life, beginning its descent. Are you saying there are hidden rooms here?
ええ、どこかの誰かさんのようですね。恋人同士って思考が似ていくんですよ。
Well, you know what they say. When you're in love, you start to resemble each other. Just like Mr. Bernard did. Everard winked at a spot on the ceiling. Was Charlotte watching us from somewhere? The thought sent chills through me. I didn't want to believe she was the culprit. But all the dots connected to that one conclusion. Yet a part of me desperately wanted to believe otherwise, because she was always been so sweet to me.
もうお目覚めの時間だよ。私の可愛いお姫様。
Wakey, wakey. Cute little princess.
おじさんが心配だったんだね。
You must have been worried.
そう。もし何かあったらいつでもおいで。
And come find me if you have any problems.
いいね。試験もだけど、睡眠も重要だということを忘れないでね。ビデオ日記はもう本格的にやめても良さそうだ。
Great. I know exams are important, but don't forget that your health is the priority. Get enough sleep, okay? I think we can stop with vlogging.
症状が好転して患者が自立に成功するのが医者にとっての幸せだ。まだ遠い別れのことよりも今の症状改善に集中しよ
う。The doctor's greatest joy to see their patient recover and live freely. Focus on your recovery rather than the parting.
ああ、なんでもない。うん、そうだね。来年もよろしく。
Huh? Nothing. Yeah. I'm also excited for the new year. The next year.
だから、君にはいい方向に歩んでいってほしい。これは医者として、そしてシャルロットとしての望みでもある。 もう勝手に予約を取り消さないでくれ。わかったね。
So, I don't know what issues you've run into, but I hope they resolve peaceful, Princess. I see this as a doctor and a friend, alright? And don't miss your sessions. Memories of my past sessions with Charlotte play in my mind like a flashback. Questions swirling in my thoughts. Why did she steal Force's contract? Why did she steal tokens? Why did she steal Force's token of contract? What did Charlotte really want? And what was she doing on this hidden floor? As soon as I reached the hidden floor, the overwhelming scent of roses assaulted my senses. Roses were everywhere, their vibrant bloom almost suffocating in their absence. Abundance, not absence, abundance. In the center of the room stood a large altar, and across from us, Charlotte was waiting. She smiled and clapped her hands lightly. She said, Everard.
案内ありがとう、エバラード。そしてみんな、パーティー以来、久しぶりだね。君以外は、君はこの前会っただろ？
Thank you for bringing everyone, Everard. Hello, everyone. Haven't seen you since the party. Oh, except for our little princess. We met the other day, didn't we?
シャルロット、あなたどうして？一体何なのか説明して。あなたが本当に契約書を持って行ったの？
Charlotte, why did you spill it now? Did you really steal the token?
ああ、これのこと？
Oh, you mean this? With a calm smile, Charlotte pulled a rolled piece of thin paper from her pocket. Yvonne's face drained of color, and she screamed in rage when she saw it.
シャルロット！
うるさいな。聞こえてるからそんな大声出さないでよ。
Oh, jeez, you're so loud. I can hear you just fine without the yelling.
優雅なイボンだろ？それに私がちょっと持ち出したからって何だって言うんだ？
You're the beautiful, elegant Yvonne, aren't you? Where's the dignity? What's wrong with me taking something that was mine?
問題はそこじゃないでしょ。盗んだのよ。
Are you hearing yourself? Are you hearing yourself? You saw something important to us.
だから言ってるじゃないか。私は何か悪いことをしてるかい？
Of course I know. Of course I remember talking about. What else? What did I do wrong?
盗みだなんてとんでもない。これはもともと私のだろう。君に貸した品物を返してもらっただけ。もう十分使っただろ？
You can't call it stealing because it was originally mine. I lent it to you long ago. Don't you remember? I just reclaimed what was rightfully mine. Haven't you already made good use of it? What? Lent? Yvonne staggered, deeply shocked by the revelation. Force rushed to her side, steadying her as she wavered.
貸したということは、あなたがイボンに契約書を渡したということですね。
By lending, you must mean you were the one who gave Yvonne the token.
でも、契約書というのは、元老院の許諾なしには作れないはず。そして、過去に元老院が交代された事例は、たった一度だけでした。
But a token of contract can't be made without the Senate's permission. There's only been one case in all these years where the Senate has been replaced.
それができる方法はいろいろあるんだよ。例えばセバスティアンは私に借りがある。自分の契約書を破棄する方法を教えたというね。
There are always ways around it, kid. Take Sebastian, for example. He owed me for telling him how to destroy his own token.
契約書をセバスチャンから受け取ったということか？
So you got the token from Sebastian?
それは違う。ただ私には多くの手段があった。セバスティアンの前任のヴァンパイアが残したものとか。
No. I had other means, like items left behind by Sebastian's predecessor.
私はセバスティアンが自由の身になって逃げた時、席を外して持ち主のいないものを取りまとめた。骨董品だから寝かせておいたけど、使う機会が来て本当に幸いだったね。
When Sebastian broke free, I took his owner's unclaimed stuff. It seemed like useless antiques, but I was lucky to find a way to use them. Yvonne's voice quivered with barely contained anger as she spoke.
私とフォレストはあなたの実験動物だったというの？
Were we your guinea pigs? Were we your guinea pigs?
まるで私の成果のように言うじゃないか。多席は悪い癖だよ、イボン。それが何かもよく知らないくせに使ったのは君の選択だ。
You make it sound like it's my fault, dear. It's a bad habit of yours. You're the one who signed the contract without checking where it came from.
過程は理解しました。でも、それを再び持ち去る理由は？僕はあなたにとってあまり価値のある存在じゃないでしょう。
I understand what happened, but why take it back now? I believe I don't mean anything to you. For the first time, Charlotte's expression softened suddenly, almost as if she felt a twinge of regret.
君にはすまないと思ってるよ。イボンのせいで長い間苦しんできたんだろ。
I feel sorry for you. You've suffered for so long because of Yvonne's selfishness.
でも、それが君の運命だということをおとなしく受け入れるんだね。世の中は公平ではないんだ。
But accept it as your fate. The world isn't fair to anyone.
君の言う通り、私は君とイボンに興味がなかった。3年前までは。あ、年が明けたからもう4年前かな。
And you're right. I had no interest in you or Yvonne until 2 years ago. No, wait. 4 years ago. This is New Year's. This is a new year.
4年前に何が？
What happened 4 years ago? What happened 4 years ago?
彼女に出会った。それは誓って全くの偶然だったよ。私がいくら探しても発見できなかった最後のピース。それが君さ。
I met Susume. I swear it was a coincidence. She was the last piece of the puzzle. I just couldn't find no matter how hard I looked. The last piece of the puzzle?
数多くの病院の中で私のところに来たのが運の尽きだったね。でも普通の人間には感知できないだろうから、これもまた運命なんだろう。
It was your mistake to come into my clinic of all the others, Susume. But that was fate. A mere mortal wouldn't know what they've gotten themselves into.
私たちの間に伝わる聖なる言葉がある。ブラッディバイブルという世界中に100冊しかない本。
We have a sacred folklore passed down from mouth to mouth. It's called the Bloody Bible. The book with only hundreds of copies. With only 100 copies in the world. I had read it before. It was one of the first books Sebastian had lent to me. She began to recite a passage from the Bloody Bible, her voice almost hypnotic.
彼がまいた血は大地に吸収され、地で生まれ育った穀物と動植物を食べる人間を必滅の存在にした。
The blood he shed fertilized the earth. The men who fed on crops and animals grown on the land became the mortals.
血を流す者は周期的に自分の血を飲んだ人間から対価を受け取り、彼らに安楽と安寧を提供するので、人間たちは血を流す者を祀った。
The bleeding one provided the mortals with his blood and married them. Soon, the mortals praised the bleeding one, as their high priest. I thought the sins of humans committed in the Bloody Bible was drinking the blood of the bleeding one. She clapped her hands, her smile cold and calculating.
賢いね。そう、ほとんどの人間が潔白を失った。彼らは現在があり、従って私の計画に利用することが不可能だった。
Clever. You're right. Most humans have lost their innocence. They carried original sin, making them unusable for my plan. She spoke of humans as if they were mere objects, disposable tools for a grand design. The person I thought I knew seemed to be a complete fabrication. I felt a wave of nausea at the realization.
ただ、 始祖はずいぶん前に生まれたんだ。始祖が生まれる前に生まれて、現在のない純粋な血統をこの広い世界でどうやって探せばいい？
But the bleeding one came into being eons ago. How could I find a pure bloodline that exists before the first ancestor, untainted by original sin in this vast world?
砂浜で針を探すようなものだ。
It's like finding a needle in a haystack.
そして偶然彼女を見つけて、あなたの計画は進んだ。
So your plans resumed because you stumbled upon Suzume?
うん、正直諦めてたんだ。努力でどうにかなることでもないだろう。はるか昔に絶滅してしまった恐竜の復元ほど大変なことだ。
Honestly, I was about to give up. It wasn't something that would just work itself out. It was as difficult as reconstructing a long extinct dinosaur.
しかしチャンスは訪れた。私は来院する患者たちの薬物濃度検査をしていた。医者としての治療のためにね。その血液検査を通じて私が望んでいた人材を見つけたということを知ったとき、全身に鳥肌が立ったよ。そして。
But then by chance, I realized that when I was testing drug levels for patients, you can't explain it. The chills I felt when I saw the blood test. I knew I'd found what I was looking for, and... Shred's gaze shifted towards Madison, Forrest, and me, her expression mocking.
おかしいと思わなかった？どうして君のルームメイトはヴァンパイアなんだろうね。
Did you find it strange how your roommate just happened to be a vampire? I tried to glance at Madison. He looked utterly bewildered. She threw up her hands in protest.
そんなはずないでしょ。はっきり覚えてるのよ。私は不動産屋さんに誘われて。
That's impossible. I clearly remember the real estate agent recommending the room.
仲介人にマディソンが来たらそのシェアハウスを積極的に推薦しろと言った。
I instructed the agent to highly recommend that room to Madison when she came to visit.
じゃあまさか僕の指導教授が大学を移ったのも。
So the reason my PI moved to a different university was also because...
それには少し時間がかかったけど、そうして舞台はゆっくりと完成していった。
You guessed it right. It took a bit of effort.
なのに、彼女の心理的な問題は好転する気配がなかった。
Anyway, the stage was slowly coming together. Except Suzume's emotional problems weren't improving.
役者は揃っているのに観客がいなければ意味がないだろう。だから私は最善を尽くして治療に当たったんだ。
There's no point having all the actors ready if the audience isn't watching right. So I did my best with the therapy. My breath grew shallow. This had never happened before. I was losing control. I instinctively touched my wrist, feeling the cool metal of the bracelet Sebastian had given me. I had to focus on my breathing to keep from breaking down here. But it was hard. I started to compose myself. The realization that everything had just been an elaborate orchestrated play made me feel sick. What was the point of all this scheming?
君の治療がほとんど終わった頃にはすでに残り時間は少なかった。気長にやっていこうと思ってたのに、君の心の病が私の時間を食ってしまったんだ。
My treatment was nearly complete. I realized I didn't have much time left. I initially planned to take things slow, but your mental issues were messing up the timeline.
それでマディソンの成人式の場所をバーナードの邸宅に選んで、君がそこに行くよう誘導したのさ。
That's why I chose Bernard's mansion for Madison's coming of age ceremony, and coaxed you into going there.
君の養父がその家の主人だったのを見るに、君は本当にバーナードが私のために用意してくれたプレゼントに違いないね。
Considering your godfather owns the mansion, it felt like Bernard himself was handing you to me as a gift.
ざれ言を抜かすな。
Nonsense. Forrest interrupted, his voice cold and stern, a tone I'd never heard from him before. Charlotte merely shrugged off his interruption.
まあその後は順調だったよ。私はパーティーに行ってないけど、君は体質のせいで暗示が効かないから事故が起こるだろうということくらい知っていたんだね。
Once again, why is he good at playing evil when I don't know. After that, everything was smooth. I had to go to the party, but I knew there'd be an accident because your trait would block my control.
もちろん君が死なないことも分かってた。セバスティアンがいたから。セブはどんな状況でも君を助けてくれる。
Of course, I also knew you wouldn't die because Sebastian was there. Seb would have saved you no matter what. How can you be so sure?
彼は君の使い魔だから。覚えてないだろうけどね。
Because he's your familiar. Even if you don't remember. Her words sent a ripple of shock through the room. Everyone was stunned. But what was more unsettling was that Sebastian neither confirmed nor denied Charlotte's claim. Familiar? I repeated the word, foreign to my tongue. I don't remember him ever mentioning that. Is that... If that were such a thing, why don't I remember it?
どうしてだろうね。
Why wouldn't you? I stood still, trying to piece together the fragments of my interaction with Sebastian. He had always acted like he knew something more. But they were subtle. Tenuous clues that I'd overlooked. I dismissed them because, despite this strange behavior, he'd always been kind to me.
特別ボーナスで教えてあげる。サーバント契約書は完璧な主従関係だが、使い魔、ファミリアはそうではない。彼は君を守るが、君が死んだからといって彼が死ぬわけではないんだ。
Here's a bonus hint. The servant contract warrants an absolute master-servant relationship. But a familiar isn't bound the same way. He protects you, but doesn't die if you do.
いつそんな契約をしたのか全く覚えてませんか？
You don't remember making a contract at all? No, but maybe. If everything was truly in Charlotte's favor. I looked at her, searching for answers. Charlotte merely shrugged.
少しは気づいたかな。エバラードも当然私が用意したものだ。君が学んだ魔法も全部私が計画したものだし。
Did you finally notice? Everard was also someone I prepared especially for you. I even chose the magic you needed to learn. There must be a reason you wanted me to learn it.
そうだよ。そして君のモチベーションを強くしてあげようと思ってフォレストを少し傷つけてみたのさ。
Oh, definitely. I also had to hurt Forrest a little to give you the motivation.
少しですって。フォレストはもう少しで死ぬところだったのよ。
Little? You call that a little? Forrest almost died.
ウケる。何か問題でも？二人がうまくやってきたならこんな風に命が行ったり来たりすることもなかったんだ。そうだよ。普段からもっと仲良くしてればよかったのに。
Funny. How's that my problem? If you two had gotten along, you wouldn't have had to risk Forrest's life for a tiny scrap. Why didn't you just get along peacefully? Yvonne lunged at Charlotte, her anger boiling over, but Forrest managed to hold her back just in time.
話を戻そう。せっかく時間魔法を身につけたんだから、それを使うきっかけを作ってあげるのが情けってもんだろ。
Whatever. If you'd mastered a certain level of time magic, it makes sense to give you a chance to use it, right?
それで私は怪盗になることにした。
So, I decided to play the Phantom Thief for a while.
ただ盗むだけでは私が持っていたことは君たちには分かりっこない。手がかりを残すのに苦労したよ、本当に。
If I just stole it, you wouldn't know it was me. You wouldn't believe how much trouble I went through to leave you proper clues. Does this have anything to do with Bernard?
それくらい自分で調べてこいよ。同じ話を何十回何百回とするのがどれだけ疲れるかわかる？
Do your own research. You're exhausting to read the same story for 100 times.
今だってうんざりしてるんだ。声を録音しておいて流したいくらいにね。でもそれじゃあ君たちは何でもかんでも質問してくるだろうから、じっと我慢して説明してやってるんだよ。
Honestly, I'm so tired. If I could, I'd record my voice and play it. I'm being very patient and explaining everything because you asked these questions anyway. I realized this situation felt new to me, but to Charlotte, it wasn't. So at some point in the future, that became the past. Sebastian and I made a familiar contract.
ピンポン。
Correct. And you and Sebastian remember what happened in the future, but I don't. Why is that? Why do only you and Sebastian remember?
そんなの知らないよ。君のファミリアに聞いてみたらどう？私も君とセバスティアンがファミリア契約をしたことは後になって知ったんだ。君たちの間に何があったのか全く教えてくれないから。ねえ、セバスティアン。
No idea. Maybe I was too familiar. I didn't know about your familiar contract with Sebastian until much later. He'd been pretty tight-lipped about it. Tight-lipped? About what? I thought back, trying to recall something Sebastian might have once said to me. It's about the sequence, not just isolated scenes. But I couldn't place when he had said it.
さて、おしゃべりはここでおしまいだ。やっと準備が整った。俳優たちが自分の役割を知らなければフィナーレは飾れない。
Alright. Enough chit-chat. We're finally ready. We've got a finale put on. Where the actors know their parts. I'm gonna go be right back, cause I need to go dehydrate. I think I'm insane. That's why. I think that's the answer to your question, Possum. Because I'm insane. I am literally insane. Not in a funny, silly... And I'm insane because I'm doing a giant art project on a fucking wall. I mean, as in, I think I'm actually insane. What are you up to?
お姫様、賭けをしようか。
Princess, how about a little bet? What kind of bet?
ソロモンになって本当のお母さんを探そう。どうだい？面白そうだろ？
Play Solomon and find the baby's real mother. Sounds like fun, right? I hope that came through. I hope that came through in the mic. If not, that's fine. If so, hell yeah. I'm really hoping it came through. I'm hoping it caught that. I don't know if it will. I'll never know. Anyways. Charlotte pulled out the contract and waved it playfully in the air.
主人の意思に反する契約破棄はサーバントの死につながる。果たしてイボンはフォレストを手放すことができるだろうか。
Breaking the contract against the master's will leads to the death of the servant. Do you think Yvonne will let Forrest go?
シャルロット、もうやめて。お願いやめて。シャルロット、私が悪かったわ。あなたの望むことは何でもするから。
Charlotte, stop, please. Charlotte, I've done wrong. I'll do anything you say. Yvonne pleaded, her voice breaking with desperation. But Yvonne didn't even flinch at her horror.
君、覚えてるかな？エバラードのタロットカードを燃やしたいって言ってたね。私もこれを本当に破ってやりたくてしょうがなかったんだ。我慢するのに必死だったよ。
Remember, Princess, when you said you wanted to burn Everett's tarot card? Me too. I've been resisting the urge to tear this paper to shreds so much. Charlotte, calm down. What do you want me to do? Use time magic? Is that it? Charlotte's laugh echoed through the room, like a wild, unhinged madman.
毎回この瞬間が一番刺激的だ。たまらないよ。ただの紙切れなのにどうしようもないんだ。ねえ、お姫様。
It's the most thrilling moment in every time. It's the best. It's just a piece of paper. What could I possibly do with it? Princess. With that, Charlotte tore up the contract she's holding. As the paper ripped, Forrest whispered, his voice barely audible.
ねえ、あなた、イボ、そしてみんな。
Suzume, Yvonne, everyone. Forrest?
今までありがとう。
Thank you for everything. I heard something burst, but I was too afraid to turn my head to look at Forrest. Yvonne's scream pierced the air. As I recall, our first encounter was born from a terrible accident, one that remained etched in my memory with vivid clarity. A sudden chill ran through me, as if I had been struck by lightning. It wasn't a sensation I often experienced, but it was unmistakable. A premonition of something dire about to unfold. Sorry, wrong voice. I quickly scanned my surroundings, searching for the source of my unease. The parked car and the driver appeared ordinary, mundane even. But I knew better. The stillness before calamity is often deceptive. My heart pounded in my chest, driven by a gnawing sense of foreboding, and then without warning, The silence was shattered. The tearing sound filled the air. The massive truck barreled down the highway, out of control, like a maddened beast. It slammed into the stopped cars, causing a cascade of destruction. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to remain calm amidst the chaos. There was no time to hesitation. I stepped out of my car, moved with purpose towards the scene of this accident. The road was a tangled mess of twisted metal, shattered glass, and a desperate cry. Amidst the cacophony, a faint, desperate voice cut through, reaching my ears. Somebody! Help! My child is trapped in the car! Please! Help! Somebody! Help! Anybody! The voice belonged to a woman, her head barely visible from within an overturned car. I quickly assessed the situation. The driver beside her was gone, his life already extinguished in the crash. In the back seat, a young girl hung upside down, trapped in her car seat. With a single motion, I ripped the door off the crumpled vehicle and tore the seatbelt away from the girl. The girl tumbled out of the car and immediately ran into her mother. Yep. Mommy! Sweetie, are you hurt? No, I'm okay. Thank God. Sweetie, I love you. I extended my hand to help her out of the wreckage, but she refused with a weak shake of her head. Her love was fading. She was as fragile as a candle, flickering in the wind. Please, take my girl out to the hospital. I beg you.
わかりました。
Don't worry about her. With a tender kiss on her daughter's cheek, her strength finally gave out. I carefully closed my eyes. A silent farewell. The life that had just slipped away. The child tugged at the hem of my coat. Help mommy come out!
俺もそうしたいのだが、天使たちがお母さんを迎えに来たんだ。
I wish I could help her, but the angels have come to guide your mother to heaven. Let her out!
すまない。
I'm sorry, little girl. No! I won't let her go!
行こう。
You have to go. No! I'm not going anywhere! Mommy! Her cries were heart-wrenching, but there was no time left. The car was a ticking bomb. I held her close as I moved away from the wreckage. Moments later, the inevitable happened. The girl realized in that instant that her mother was truly gone, and she wailed. Into your hands, Father of mercies, we command our sisters, Catherine, in the sure and certain hope that, together with all who have died in faith, she will rise again on the last day. I lowered my head suddenly, taking the solemn scene around me. The air was heavy with the grief of those who had gathered to say goodbye. Among them, the girl, the child I had saved, stood out. Her wail was piercing through the quiet sobs of the others. Unexpected accidents could happen any time, but she was too young, too fragile to bear the weight of such a loss. A man, presumably a relative, picked her up and whispered words of comfort. It was a small mercy if she had someone to lean on, trying to grow up without too much trouble. I sat down on a bench nearby, let my gaze drift to the clouds, slowly making their way across the sky. Memorial parks were not places vampires typically frequented. Yet here I was, once again, caught up in aftermath of the tragedy. I could not but think that my existence had become an oddly frequent series of incidents and accidents, Perhaps the only fortune in my life was that, with my mortal body, I was immune to the life-threatening events that plague humans. Sir? I glanced down and was surprised to see the same child who had been crying just moments ago, now sitting beside me. I had taken precautions using mind control to keep my identity a secret from others, but apparently there were some things even my abilities couldn't predict. Thank you. You saved me. How did she recognize me? Had my mind control failed? As my mind raced for answers, she continued, oblivious to my confusion. My mommy told me to say thank you whenever I give help. So that's what I'm doing. I'm sorry I couldn't save your mother. Is there a heaven? I'm not sure. Your question gave me pause. Though I had died once, I had no clear memory of what lay between death and resurrection. For most vampires, the period was a blank slate, filled with fragmented visions that varied wildly from one individual to another. Some claimed that they had seen the middle of the ocean, others a vast forest, a snowy field, or even a desert. But in the end, it was concluded that these were merely dreams. Oh, my mom is in heaven. I'm going to visit her when I grow up. That's going to be a long journey. That's okay. I'll ride my bike. You don't like cars anymore? No. Her stomach rumbled. Had she not eaten? I rummaged through my pockets, but as someone who rarely indulged in sweets, I had little to offer. Finally, I found a bag of candies, something I had been given to try but didn't bother with. I handed one to her. She eagerly unwrapped it, popped it in her mouth. Her face scrunched up in displeasure. What's this? It tastes bad. I like peach. I see. I took one of the candies and placed it in my mouth. The flavor was an odd blend of salty and sweet. Not unpleasant, but certainly not something that would appeal to a child. The wrapper said, sea salt white chocolate. An unusual flavor indeed. Suzume! Suzume! Her godfather appeared. Panted as he hurried towards us. The girl jumped off the bench, waving me a quick goodbye. I'll get going now! Do you want more? Yeah! She nodded and took the bag of candies with her, despite her earlier protest. Perhaps she had grown to like them more than she initially thought. As a sender, I was obligated to educate new vampires, but I wasn't obligated to educate new vampires, but I did it anyways. I didn't want the tragedy that happened to Bernard to be repeated. However. Wrong again.
ちょっとミスしただけです。見逃してくれても。
It was just a small mistake. Can I get a pass? Again. Lax discipline. Rated outliers. Teaching a young vampire was a responsibility that weighed heavily on my shoulders. Did this girl truly comprehend what it meant to be something other than human? Did she grasp the gravity of her choice? No matter how much I pondered these questions, the past was immutable. What happened now was ensuring she was properly educated, so that she wouldn't fall into the same pitfall as others before her.
1. ターゲット以外の一般人には手を出さない。
Rule number 1. Don't touch the commoners unless they are targets.
2. 生命に危機を及ぼすほど吸血しない。
Rule number 2. Don't set the target's blood until their life is in danger.
3. 吸血する場面を他人に見せない。
Rule number 3. Don't let others see you suck blood.
4. 吸血後の後始末は確実に。5.
Rule number 4. Make sure to clean up after sucking. Rule number 5. She folded her fingers as she listed the rules. Her tone was serious now. Madison had a tendency to slack off, which means she needed strict guidance to ensure she made fewer mistakes.
よし。全部大切だが、最後が一番重要だ。
Good. Every rule matters, but the last one is the absolute key.
練習と実践は違う。いくら徹底的に備えても予期せぬことが起こりうる。そんな時は慌てずに俺を呼ぶこと。わかったか？
No matter how thoroughly you prepare, something unexpected can always happen. If it does, don't panic. Just call me. Do you understand?
わかりました。
Okay. If it hadn't been for Matt's coming of age, this wasn't a place I would have willingly returned to. The study held too many memories, most of them tinged with regret. I ran my fingers along the bookshelves. Nostalgia washed over me as I thought about the friend I had lost. Halloween, the day when the dead are said to rise, felt particularly poignant, standing here. The study was still in use. I wondered if the secret rooms had remained unchanged too. Memories running wild, I pulled a book from the shelf. My musings were interrupted by the sound of a hurried footsteps. I closed the book, set it aside. Madison had a tendency to be clumsy in many ways, so I was expecting anything too alarming.
大変です。助けてセバスチャン。
I'm in trouble. Help me, Sebastian.
落ち着け。どうした？
Take a deep breath. What's going on?
見られました。一応気絶させておいたんですけど。実はその子、私のルームメイトで。
There's a witness on the second floor. What do I do now? I knocked her out, but she's my roommate.
案内しろ。
Show me where. There were other vampires present at the party that night, all there to support Madison's coming-of-age ceremony. Given their presence, I didn't anticipate the situation being too problematic. I placed a hand on Madison's shoulder, calming her as best I could, and together we made our way upstairs. There's something off about the situation. How this woman managed to get to the second floor when I had mind-controlled everyone. It didn't add up. I decided I would question her once she woke up. In the meantime, I reassured Madison, telling her to not worry and return to the room where the target was. The unconscious woman, before me, grunted as she were in those of a nightmare. No, Mom! No, Mom! Suddenly, she grabbed my hand tightly and desperately. I stared at her, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected contact. She shuddered a few more times before her eyes fluttered open. Confusion was evident on her face, as she looked around the room before finally speaking. Who are you? And why are you holding my hand?
俺が聞きたい。手を握ったのはそっちだ。
I was just about to ask the same. You held my hand first. Oh, did I? Sorry. She quickly withdrew her hand with an awkward expression crossing her face.
2階へはどうやって上がってきた？
How did you get up to the second floor? What do you mean how? I took the stairs.
パーティーは1階で行われているはずだが。
The party's on the first floor. I needed to use the restroom. Wait, but who are you to interrogate me? Are you a police officer? She paused, her eyes narrowing in thought before she suddenly burst out. Oh my gosh, yes! I just witnessed a murder! Someone got killed!
勘違いじゃないのか？
I think you're mistaken. I'm not lying!
お前はさっきうなされていた。それに酒の匂いがする。酔っ払っているのだろ？
You were just having a nightmare. I could smell alcohol on you. Don't you think it was because you were drunk? Fine. Want to check it out? Without waiting for a response, the woman stormed out of the room. I watched her go, anticipating that she would head to the wrong direction, towards a room that wasn't where Madison and the target were. I had deliberately misled her, but she hadn't fallen for the ruse. The realization solidified in my mind. She wasn't affected by mind control. How should I deal with this? As I began weighing the possibilities of sending her again, Charlotte appeared.
何してるんだい、セブ？
What are you doing here, Seb?
ああ、
Well.
それが。
Oh, Doc. You here too?
先生
Doc? I glanced between the woman and Charlotte, trying to make sense of the situation.
ああ、この子は私の患者だ。
She's a patient at my clinic. Doc, I saw a dead body! On the second floor, I swear! I attempted to signal to Charlotte, hoping she would grasp the gravity of the situation, but she remained dismissive, not picking up on my cues. If she did, she was deliberately ignoring them.
おお、それね、死体みたいなものだよ。マディソンは今成人式中だから。
Oh, that? Yeah, that was somewhat like a corpse. Madison was having a coming-of-age ceremony. A coming-of-age ceremony? And just like that, Charlotte casually dropped a bombshell.
どういうことだ一体。
What's your problem, Charlotte?
何が別にいいだろ。秘密のない社会、信頼に満ちた世の中。
Why are you so mad? Don't we all love a society without secrets? A world of trust?
お前はむやみやたらに波風を立てることはしないはずだ。こんな突発的な行動をしたのは理由があるのだろう。
Not the type to act on impulse. What are you up to, really?
君はあの子が一般人のように見えるかい？
Do you really think she's an average person?
一般人でなければなんだ。サーバントでもいいのか？ファミリア？悪魔？
If not, then what? A servant? A familiar? Or a devil?
とても貴重な宝石さ。
A precious gem.
宝石？お前、あの子に恋でもしたのか？
A gem? Did you fall in love with her, or what? I scoffed, giving her a disgusted look. She returned my look with a sneer.
違うよ。っていうか、自分は無関係かのように言うじゃないか。忠告しておくけど、私が見るに君は恋に落ちたらどうしようもない部類だ。せいぜい気をつけなよ。
Of course not. But listen to yourself. You act like you'll never fall in love. Watch out. I'm warning you. You're exactly the type to dive in head first without a second thought when that happens.
そんなことは。
You're wrong.
覚えておきなよ。それで、あの子に暗示は効かないみたいだね。
We'll see. Anyway, the mind control didn't work on her, did it?
どうしてわかった？隠れて見張っていたのか？
How do you know? Did you sneak around and watch? Think the stretch possum?
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our
And
fairy
hydrate, thank you,
kiss
thank you.
chillers.
Water.
やっぱりね。そんなことしなくても全部わかる方法があるんだよ。
I knew it. I had my ways of knowing. Charlotte's smile widened as she flickered the ballpoint pen, spinning between her fingers until, with a sudden and sharp motion, she tapped it into the table.
君も私の計画に参加するなら教えてあげる。興味あるかな？
I can explain everything if you agree to be part of my plan. Are you in?
別に。しかし、ほどほどにしておいた方がいい。俺が目をつむってやるのにも限界がある。
No. Whatever you're up to, make sure it stays within the rules. There's so much I can overlook.
借金はこういう時に返すんだよ。自由の代償は高いぞ。ねえ。
This is how debts get settled. Freedom isn't free, isn't. The reunion took place in the most unexpected places. Charlotte had told me the woman's name was Suzume. She was being harassed by a scoundrel forcibly dragged from the library against her will. I intervened, stepping between her and the man. And that he demanded to know who I was. I simply replied that I was her acquaintance. After all, she was Madison's roommate, and I was Madison's mentor. Oh, thank you. I was having a bit of trouble. Do you come here often? I nodded in response. She smiled, handing me 2 movie tickets. Why don't I invite a friend to watch with you? I don't need you because I don't like going out too much.
一緒に見る人は特にいない。
I don't invite people. Oh, that's so? Then I'll invite you. Wanna watch it together? I have a related assignment to do anyway. Do you have some time now?
いや、俺は。
Swayed by her sudden invitation, I accepted the movie tickets she offered. She slept through the entire movie, while I was the only one who actually watched it. As credits rolled, she stretched and yawned heavily. No, I didn't really get to watch the movie properly. Hey, it's alright. If you catch the beginning and the end, you pretty much get the whole story. We just make up the middle ourselves. How about we fill in with some friendship today? Fill it in with some friendship today.
友情?
Friendship. Yeah. Because we're friends?
俺は友達という年でもないぞ。
I'm too old to be a friend. Oh, come on. Don't be so rigid. Why do you always act like there's something so serious going on?
もともとこういう顔なんだ。
This is how I am. Well, I'm friends with Forrest too.
あの子はまだ若いだろう。
He's still young. If being 100 years old is considered young, then how old are you?
さあな。
Probably older than you can imagine. But age doesn't mean we can't be friends. We're friends, okay? And lighten up a bit. She smiled radiantly and held out her hand. At the time, I hadn't even suspected. I suspected it. A little thought would have told me that Suzume's surroundings had been carefully designed by someone. The strings were being pulled behind the scenes. How long did it take to go from friends to lovers? It felt like no time at all. I found myself falling for Suzume. Without realizing it, I began spending more and more time at her home, bringing her protective items that I had collected over the years, items that held decent function, but had simply been lying around. No! I'm with Madison! Stop it! Sebastian, get the fuck out of here. I want Madison, not you, gruff old man. Gruff old man! She particularly cherished the peace bracelet, a simple trinket meant to stabilize emotions. It was around Christmas when I first noticed that something was off. Is something wrong? Is something bothering you?
いや、前にシャルロットが、俺は恋に落ちたらどうしようもない部類だと言っていた。
No, just think about something Charlotte once said. She told me I'm the type to dive headfirst into without a second thought when I fall in love. Really? What'd you say?
そんなことはないと言った。
I told her she was wrong. Look at me, I like my Sundays. She burrowed into my embrace. And what do you think now?
ああ、完全に間違いだった。俺がな。
How wrong I was. Completely. God damn it. It's Suave Sebastian Sunday. Suzume chuckled at my mission, then pulled a gift from behind her. Here's a Christmas gift. It reminded me of you when I was passing by the store, so I picked it up. You like ancient things, right?
古臭いものではない。ヴィンテージだ。
Not ancient. Vintage. I unwrapped the gift to find a pocket watch inside. Its design was classic. Not something commonly seen these days. It was clearly a few decades old. I see. Suave Sebastian. I see. So that pocket watch I got for him on Christmas that looked exactly like the one he already had. I see. I see. Opened the lid and found my name, and Suzume's name, engraved on the inside. You don't like it?
いや、いい。気に入った。
No, I like it. It's perfect. Oh, by the way, I learned something interesting. Are you curious? Tell me you're curious.
黒焦げのアップルパイなら気にしていないが。
If it's ever burning an apple pie, then no, I'm not. Hey! That was just because I set the timer wrong. She placed an hourglass on the table and raised her wand with a flourish. Wrong words. Magic trick. I watched her. Expecting something to pop out, but nothing happened. After a minute, I raised an eyebrow.
何が起こった？
What are you doing? Do you realize that's the second time you've asked that question?
2回目だと。
The second? Yes, because I just rewound time. She could rewind time? How? Who did she learn the magic from? My expression darkened. It must have been shown because she quickly became flustered. What's wrong with that?
重要なことだ。本当のことを言ってくれ。誰に、いつ教わった？
Tell me honestly. This is important. Who taught you this? And since when? When, since after the Halloween party around mid-November, Charlotte started teaching me because she had some extra time during my therapy. She told me you'd be surprised if I showed it to you once I mastered the spell.
シャルロットは他人に利益をもたらすことをただで教えるやつじゃない。絶対に。
Charlotte would never teach someone without expecting something in return.
これは徹底的に計画された罠だ。
This was carefully planned from the start. You've been set up. Give me a second.
数十年間修練した魔法使いだって時間魔法をたった1ヶ月で学ぶのは不可能だ。
You magician with decades of experience can't learn the time magic in a month.
学ぶ時に何があったのか詳しく話してくれ。
Tell me about what happened when you learned it. There was a hidden thorn in Charlotte's clinic. She asked me to drip blood onto some stone on the altar. She said that would be my magic tree. Bad premonition gripped me. I stood quickly grabbing the coat. Thank you for hydrate. Mark, I'm back. Thank you for hydrate, Olivia. Thank you.
シャルロット。
クリスマスイブにどうしたんだい？二人で暑い夜を過ごしていると思ってたけど、喧嘩でもした？
Look who it is on Christmas Eve. I thought you'd be off having a wild night with her. Did you have a fight with the kids?
前は興味なかったが、今は知るべきだ。お前の計画が何なのか。
Your plans were concerned me before, but they're true now. What are you up to?
何をそんなに焦ってるのかと思ったら、怖いね。恋に目がくらんだ男って。
I was just starting to wonder why you showed up like you're on fire. That really does make people lose their minds, huh?
それで何を企んでる？
Cut the jokes. What are you planning?
バーニーの遺言は知ってるよね。日記帳に書いてあっただろう。
Remember Bernie's last words? They were in his diary.
私は真理にたどり着き、死から逃れるのだ。
Uncover the truth and transcend mortality.
長い間その言葉が気になっていた。死を脱するというのは何なのだろうか。バーニーはどうして自殺した？自生はどこにある？君は考えたことあるかい？
I've been thinking about that line a lot. What does it mean to transcend mortality? Why did Bernie kill himself? And where is the first ancestor? Have you ever considered that?
いや、この世にはない概念だと思っていた。
No. I believe it doesn't exist now. The first ancestor was supposed to be immortal like the rest of us. Yet, there was always something elusive about the idea. Something that made it seem as though we didn't truly inherit the same reality. Inhabit the same reality.
だよね。私も君と同じ考えだった。しかし、ふと疑問を抱いた。どうして始祖はこの世にいないのか。本当に死んでしまったのか。
Exactly. I thought the same. But then I started wondering, why isn't their first ancestor around? Did he really die somewhere no one knows about?
どこかで生きていたら、元老院の俺が知らないはずがないだろう。
If he were alive, it's impossible that I, as a senator, wouldn't know.
なら死んだということなんだろうが、ブラッディバイブルには書いてない。おかしいだろう？そんな考えをバーニーもしたと思う。
Which means he's dead, right? But the bloody Bible doesn't mention that, does it? Ah, isn't it? But he must have thought so too.
始祖は一度死を脱して復活した。死を脱する真理を悟ったものと言える。
The first ancestor transcended mortality. He was resurrected. You could say he's the one who cracked the code and escaped death.
バーニーは始祖の足跡をたどってその方法を知ったのではないだろうか。
Maybe Bernie discovered how to do it by following his footsteps.
しかし自殺では始祖に会えない。
But you can't confront the first ancestor by killing yourself. I stopped mid-sentence. A realization hitting me.
バーナードは始祖がこの世に存在しないと思っていた。
But Bernard must have thought the first ancestor didn't exist in this world.
そうだ。始祖は生きているが、この世にいない。そこに行くための方法が死だ。少なくともバーニーはそう考えたんだろ
う。Exactly. The first ancestor still exists, just not in this world. And death is the way to get there. Or at least, that's what Bernie believed.
その試みが成功したか失敗したかはわからない。死後の人生がどうなのかは私も知らないから、そんな危険を冒すことはできない。
I can't say that he was right or not, because I don't know what happens after death. It's too risky.
それで試みたのが時間の限界を超えることか。
So you're trying to cross the boundaries of time?
正解。どうせ始祖はどんな時空でも必ず生きている。永遠の人生というのは時間を超越するということ。
Exactly.
ならば、超えればいい。
Exactly. The first ancestors exist in any time. That's what it means to be eternal. I just need to jump through time.
そんなことが可能なのか？
Is that even possible?
私には不可能だ。君もご存知のように魔法の適性は生まれつきだろう。なんとか魔法を使える人間を救ったとしても威力が弱すぎる。
Not for me. As you know, magical ability is something you're born with. Even if I found a human who could wield magic, their power would be far too weak.
威力は純粋さで決まるが、残念ながら今は現在のない血統はほとんど絶滅している。君の可愛い恋人を除いてね。
Real power comes from purity, and unfortunately, pure bloodlines are almost extinct now. Except for your little bird.
あの子の命を脅かすのは許さない。
Why would you harm Suzume?
おお、怖い怖い。私も君を敵に回したくはない。私たちは古い仲じゃないか。私を邪魔しないなら、私も君の恋人の安全を保証してあげよ
う。How terrifying. You're giving me chills, big fella. But I'm not looking for a fight with you. We've been friends for a long time, haven't we? If you promise not to interfere with my plan, I'll make sure your love stays safe. And in the end, she only kept half of her word. It was raining on the day of Robin's funeral. The sky wept with us, and I held Suzume tight in my embrace, keeping her from collapsing under the weight of her grief. Her sobs were heart-wrenching. I could feel her trembling as she cried to the point of near fainting. Just a short time ago, we had attended Robin's Christmas party, filled with laughter and warmth, and we stood here, in the cold rain, mourning his sudden loss. Suzume had told me he was attacked and killed, but I knew instinctively who was responsible. Charlotte had promised to ensure Suzume's safety, and in a way, she had kept that promise. She was unharmed physically, but Charlotte has done nothing to protect her heart, her mind. Her emotional toil was devastating, and as I held her, a bitter taste filled my mouth. After the funeral, I returned home with Suzume. She refused to go back to her place. She hadn't come out of her room during the entire vacation. The last time she left the house was when her new school year started. After a long silence, Suzume finally spoke up. Thank you for standing by me.
当然だ。
It's the least I can do. Robin was there when my parents passed, and they're here with me when Robin's gone. It's strange being in the same place with different people.
両親も霊園に?
Are your parents in Memorial Park too? Mm-hmm. I was in a car accident when I was a kid. It was so bad, it made the local paper. Robin told me a guy saved me, but we never found out who it was. We couldn't even thank him. I don't remember much, but just that he gave me sea salt white chocolate candy at my parents' funeral. I was just surprised. Could she be that kid from back then? There's a slight resemblance in their features. I've been thinking I'm thinking a lot these past 2 months. About what went wrong, about what I could do.
君のせいじゃない。
And this is your fault. I keep telling myself that, but my heart just doesn't accept it. So, I've been practicing time magic. The more I practiced, the better I'd got. You wouldn't believe it, but I spent years in that room. Maybe Charlotte was teaching me how to get through this, but by using time magic. Nuts. I couldn't bring myself to say that it wasn't true. She looked at me apologetically. I'm sorry, but I've made my choice. It might erase some of the precious memories, but I really want to find a way to save Robin.
後悔するかもしれない。
I'm worried you might regret it. I'll regret it even more if I let him go now.
君の決断は尊重する。
I won't stop you, but
ただ、
I'd reached out and gently took the hourglass from her hand. With a determined look, I opened the lid and bit my finger. A drop of blood fell into the fine sand within, and immediately the sand in the hourglass turned a deep crimson.
共に背負わせてくれ。俺にも責任があるから。
You must let me bear the pain with you. This is my responsibility. It was just a speculation, but it occurred to me that Charlotte might have already done this, binding herself to the hourglass so that she could travel back in time with Suzume, whenever the time magic was used. If that was the case, then perhaps I could do the same. I couldn't let Suzume face Charlotte alone. With that thought, I watched as Suzume dripped her blood into the sand of the hourglass. The moment her blood touched the sand, the gold grains began to ripple, undulating like a wave before our eyes. The past had never gone the way Suzume hoped. After Christmas, someone always died. The pattern changed. Sometimes with Forrest, sometimes Robin, sometimes with Madison. Each tragedy forced Suzume to turn back the clock, desperately trying to rewrite the outcome. But eventually, the victim became fixed, always Forrest. It was as if Charlotte had decided Forrest was the easiest target to manipulate. It was frustrating that we couldn't talk to anyone about the future. But since Suzume and I shared the memories, it wasn't a big problem. Then came the worst part. After countless attempts in my relentless persuasion, Suzume finally gave up on using time magic, but at the cost of everyone around her. The grief and guilt that followed were unbearable. Driven by a thirst of vengeance, Suzume went after Charlotte, only to find she had already committed suicide. They die, and they die again, and again, and again. How many times do I have to repeat this? If I use time magic, I have to watch everyone die again. If I don't, my friends and family will keep dying until I finally do. What do I do? How can I protect them? How can I escape this madness? Completely broken, Suzume sank to the floor and sobbed uncontrollably. The material Charlotte had prepared for the time magic now felt like the cruel mockery of everything Suzume had endured. Charlotte had been so sincere, so utterly convinced of this plan that she had gambled her own life on it. Even now, I could feel Suzume's magical power growing. The tragedy would repeat itself endlessly until Suzume gathered enough energy to leap across the eons.
あなた!
Suzume snatched the pistol out of Charlotte's hand and pointed at herself. I felt my heart drop with a thud. I hustled towards her. I don't want to rewind time anymore. I can't handle this either. This is the only option I have left. Please. Just let me do it.
他の方法があるはずだ。他の方法が。
There must be another way. There has to be. My mind raced, searching frantically for a solution. I knew I couldn't use the time magic in her place. even if I wanted to, because I lacked the talent, as did most humans. Susie was special, but that meant I had to find a way to save her from this abyss of despair. I should do it. What can I do to save her? At what felt like an eternity, an idea struck me.
一つだけある。
There's one thing we can do. What do you mean?
ファミリア契約だ。
The familiar,
俺とお前がファミリア契約を結べば、お前を守ることができる。
the familiar contract. If we're bound by it, I can protect you. No way. You've already seen Force die. I've already seen Force die. I can't handle the thought of you dying if I do, or you dying in my place.
ファミリア契約はサーバント契約じゃない。俺がお前を守る代価は何もない。
The familiar contract isn't the same. Isn't like the server contract. I won't have to sacrifice Anthony to keep you safe.
お前は平凡な人間のまま不老不死になることなく俺の保護だけ受けるんだ。
To stay human under my protection, without having to become immortal.
元老院もファミリア契約は制限していない。だからその銃を下ろしてくれ。一度話そう。
The Senate doesn't restrict familiar contracts, so please, put that gun down, and let's talk. Suzume hesitated. Her grip on the gun faltered, and slowly she lowered it. I gently took it from her, trembling hand. I continued, trying to keep my voice steady.
お前はこれから耐えるべき瞬間が来るまで未来のことは忘れるだろう。俺が君を保護しているから。
From now on, you won't remember the future until you're ready to handle everything that comes with it. That's how I'll protect you from your memories.
代わりに、お前は魔法の木がシャルロットの計画を実現するほど育つ前に、みんなを救う方法を探す。
You need to figure out how to save everyone before your magic tree grows enough to fulfill Charlie's plan.
俺がそれを見つけられるよう、最善を尽くして手助けしよう。
I'll be here to help you through it, at every step of the way. But we don't know how many times it'll take. Are you really okay with that?
もちろん。事件にはもう慣れっこだ。
Of course. I've been through worse. I'm sorry. With that, we made the familiar contract. I'll protect her, and in return, she will continue her efforts to find a way out of this nightmare. But as we sealed the contract, a nagging thought gnawed at the back of my mind. Had our relationship been just another piece of Charlotte's twisted game? If Suzume had faced the situation alone, the weight of the tragedy might have crushed her and driven her to end her own life. But with me by her side, Charlotte might have felt secure enough to torment Suzume to her will, confident that I would keep her alive. Charlotte's corpse lay silent, offering no answer. But the truth was clear. You were ensnared in a grand scheme, one that left no room for escape. I had to trust Suzume, to believe that together we could find a way out of this twisted fate. Memories of the past came crashing down on me like a tidal wave. Everything was happening all over again. The contract was torn to shreds, and Force was dead. Chaos had engulfed everyone. In the midst of it all, Charlotte laughed, a cruel, vicious sound that cut through the turmoil. If someone had to be killed for so-called the greater good, then it wasn't a good at all. I showed her a glare, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she simply pointed towards the altar with cold and unyielding eyes.
思い出した今までのこと。本当手のかかるお姫様なんだから。
Do you remember now, Princess? All of those past lives, honestly. You need some fine-tuning. What did you say? What if I say I don't remember?
思い出すまでやってみればいい。これを何度繰り返したからって私が損することはない。だからわけもなく摩擦を起こすような考えはしない方がいいよ。
And I'll keep reminding you until it sticks. No harm going over this a few more times, right? But try not to make it this harder than needs to be.
さて、フォレストを生かしたいなら時間を戻すといい。この場で君だけができることだ。
Now, rewind time if you want to save Forrest. You're the only one who can. My head was spinning. Should I really turn back time like Charlotte said? Could I bear to relive all this again? As I stood there, paralyzed by indecision, Sebastian approached me quietly. He leaned in close and whispered in a low, steady voice.
どうだ？何か覚えていることは？
I was holding up. Do you remember anything? Honestly, I'm confused. I have so many fragmented memories. They're all jumbled together.
エバラードがここに来る前に俺に教えてくれた。お前の魔法の木は十分な力を蓄えたと。
Everard told me before we came out here that your magic tree has ample reserves of power. The last I checked, it was just a small tree. Sebastian shook his head, dispelling my doubts.
それはその木の一部だ。お前も見たと思うが、その木の成長速度は異常だった。
That was just a part of the tree. As you might have noticed, its growth was abnormal.
シャルロットがお前に全ての事実を教えてきたのは、お前が記憶を取り戻してこそ強力な魔法を繰り出すことができるからだ。
The reason why Charlotte explained everything to you is to make you recover your memories and unleash your full power. Everard's advice echoed in my mind. Only a clear mind and healthy body could successfully cast magic. Perhaps that was why Charlotte had taken care of me in the first place, ensuring I was strong enough to carry out her plan. Now that I've regained my memories, if I cast my magic with all my strength,
おそらく始祖がこの世にいた時期まで戻るだろう。
you'd probably end up back when the first ancestor was still around. If I did that, I would be giving Charlotte exactly what she wanted. I couldn't let that happen. Not after everything. The other option. What other options did I have? My gaze drifted behind me, and I saw Force's body lying on the ground. Yvonne was holding him tightly, her face obscured by her grief. I couldn't see him clearly, but I knew from past appearances that his heart had exploded. The weight of the moment pressed down on me, threatening to crush my resolve. Madison?
わけわかんないわよ。こんなのおかしい。正気じゃないわ。
I don't know what's happening. This isn't right. This isn't normal. She was shaking with fear. But even in that moment, she swallowed hard and found the strength to speak up.
私怖いけど。それでも、あなたを守れるなら何でもする。私たちは友達じゃない。あなた一人で背負わせたりなんかしない。
I'm scared, but I'm still going to protect you. Friends help each other when in need. You don't have to force yourself to decide when you're just as confused as I am. Her words struck a chord deep within me. Madison, my roommate, and a dear friend. How could I ever turn you down? I looked over to Yvonne. She remained silent and empty. Yvonne,
あなた、どうするのか私に教えて。時間を戻すなら、素早く瞬きをするの。
Susanne, will you give me a hint about what you're going to do? If you're going to rewind time, think once. Yvonne nodded, acknowledging my intentions.
ありがとう。
Thank you for letting me know. She, too, was someone I couldn't abandon. I couldn't let these poor vampires fall victim to my selfishness. I turned towards Sebastian, the man who had always known more than me than he let on, who had protected me so devotedly throughout all of this.
お前がどんな決定を下そうと、俺はお前と共にする。
No matter what you choose, I'll be by your side. You said it's about the sequence, not the isolated scene, right?
ああ、大事なのはこれからだ。
Yes, it is all into this moment. With our resolve hardened, I approached the altar. Before me lay a stone bowl and some sand. There's something familiar about the sand. I remember seeing it somewhere before. It glistened like stars in the light, slipping through my fingers, crumbling to dust as I held it. Well, let's see what happens. I set around time to the day of the Halloween party. I wasn't going to let Charlotte have her way, but I still hadn't uncovered any clues that would lead me to a better outcome. All I could do was take another chance, hoping this time would be different. I dripped my blood into the stone bowl and chanted the spell. Time. As word left my lips, the sand in the bowl began to shift and morph, slowly taking the shape of a tree. Its shadow grew tall and thick, stretching across the entire area. This was a magic tree, a manifestation of the power within me. The tree swayed gently, sending golden ripples across the air. The waves were small and almost insignificant compared to the size of the tree. Charlotte, realizing I had chosen to evade the situation, burst out laughing.
またパーティーまで時間を戻すつもりかい？本当にしつこいね。
You ever went to the party again? You're so predictable. It's almost sickening. Let's see who's finally wins in the end.
いいね、やってみなよ。ただ断言しよう。君は私に勝てない。私の計画は決して崩れないんだ。
Fine. Go ahead. But trust me, you can't escape me. My plans never fail. Doubt not at me. Is it truly prepared to be trapped forever in this chasm of time, fighting an unending battle over and over? That was suffocating. I'm sorry. I'm sorry making you go through this again.
大丈夫だ。次はきっとうまくいく。
Don't worry about me. I know you make up your chance next round. She met my gaze with a nonchalant expression. I closed my eyes, feeling the sensation of time rewinding itself. When I opened them again, I will remember nothing. I would have to find a way out of this fight without any recollection, just as I always have. Band and Wheel of Fortune, you're on time until a happy end is reached. そうだな。そうだな。I made the decision to turn back time when the beating one was still around. If I didn't give Charlotte what she wanted, we'd be locked in this draining battle forever. The thought of further struggling felt pointless. Feeling utterly hopeless. I let my blood drip into a stone bowl and enchanted the spell that would seal my fate. Time. As the words slipped my lips, the sand in the bowl began to shift and morph, slowly taking the shape of a tree. The shadow grew tall and thick, stretching across the entire area. This was a magic tree, manifestation of the power within me. It swayed gently, sending golden ripples across the air, a mesmerizing yet haunting sight. I had cast time magic countless times before, but never had I unleashed such a massive wave. Charlotte's smile widened with delight as she realized her plan had finally succeeded.
ありがとう、お姫様とみんな。私の計画に協力してくれて。
Thanks, Susan and everyone, for sticking with my plan right until the very end. Only one person laughed in the room. I can only savor Charlotte's gratitude with a deep sense of defeat. Was this the ending I had worked so hard for? I doubted it, but there was something left for me to do. The choice had been made, and so I had been cast. I closed my eyes, feeling the sensation of time rewinding itself. When I opened my eyes again, I will remember nothing. Just as always. Just as I always have. Banded a marionette. Charlotte successfully achieved her goal. I have a gun. I have no intention of giving Charlotte what she wanted. Nor did I have a desire to remind time to that fateful Halloween party. Deep down, I knew that she and Charlotte wouldn't solve anything. The only way to save Forrest, and to prevent future sacrifices, was to convince Charlotte to change her mind. The problem was, I still don't know the right way to reach the answer. Time was slipping away, and I was running out of options. Charlotte, I have something to ask you. What is it? Do you remember the first time I used time magic? Of course. I didn't know it then, but after I went home, you dripped your blood on my magic tree, didn't you? Yes, but why are you asking me these questions? I noticed the tension in your stance growing. I'm not trying to blame you. I'm just saying I won't grant your wish. I just need to check something out. If you want me to get my memory, if you want me to get my memories back intact, you have to cooperate. Spending another hour here won't change the outcome, will it? Charlotte studied me for a moment before relaxing. She settled into the familiar posture she used when counseling.
そりゃそうだね。そういうことなら何でも聞いて。君が協力的で嬉しいよ。
That's true. That's amazing. I'm glad you're being cooperative now. I heard about your plan from Sebastian. He told me that you're working to reconstruct Bernard's last words from his diary.
真理にたどり着き、死から逃れる。
Uncover the truth and transcend mortality. Bernard's answer was suicide. He believed he would meet the first ancestor by dying and escaping the constraints of this world. But you've come to a different conclusion. You think you can meet the first ancestor by escaping the constraints of time.
その通り。
That's right. Madison, who'd been quietly listening, suddenly muttered under her breath.
このすべての騒動の理由が始祖に会うためだったってこと？
So this just to meet the first
どう
ancestor?
して？
Why? Sebastian never questioned your motive, but because it didn't matter to him. But I always wondered, why do you need to meet the first ancestor? And to no one's surprise, the answer was right there. Charlotte, or should I say, Rose, you want to change the order. But it was the first ancestor who created it. Even with your brilliant mind, breaking the oath was impossible.
理不尽だよね。どこにいるかもわからない存在が私たちのすべてを統制するなんてさ。
Yes, that's so frustrating. That some being we don't even know or know where they are is controlling everything. You crave freedom more than anyone else, and becoming a vampire didn't change that. It probably made it worse. Vampires may be creatures of charm, but they're all bound by the order created by the first ancestor. You turned the curious Bernard into a vampire, and he found the truth just as he wanted. We didn't share how he did it with you, his lover. To Charlotte, Bernard was a traitor. You got so frustrated that you burned his mansion to the ground. You studied Bernard's journals for a long time and used them as clues. Eventually, you concluded that the first ancestor still exists, In fact, Bernard had a spiritual experience during his resurrection, which led to his fanatic beliefs. This was just my guess. This is just my guess. But Bernard wanted to experience that again. He believed that death was necessary to achieve it. Charlotte, do you know where the first ancestor is?
それを知ってたらこんな面倒なことしないよ。
Oh, if I knew. Do you think I'd really be going through all this hassle? I laughed at Charlotte's comment. You're right. But Bernard must have mentioned something about what he experienced after he died and before he was resurrected.
砂漠を何ヶ月も横断したこと？バーニー以外にも他のヴァンパイアからも聞いたけど、一様に場所が違ったんだ。あれじゃ何もわからないよ。
The dream you had of wandering the desert for months. I've heard other vampires talk about it too, but their experiences are all different. That doesn't tell me anything. I thought it was just a dream too. Like how human dream when they fall asleep. I assumed those who died became vampires after a state of sleep. After seeing time magic several times and seeing the same things repeat, I began to wonder. Just like Bernard did. What does it mean to prove your faith? Charlotte snorted.
それこそ偉大なる始祖の忌まわしい言葉遊びだ。何の信頼を証明しろと言うんだ？忠誠心か？そんな馬鹿げた名役に縛られて無駄に時間を浪費するよう仕向けている。
That's just wordplay. By the brilliant damn ancestor. Prove your faith? What kind of faith? Loyalty? I'm wasting my precious time on useless things bound by your ridiculous oath. Let me change the question. I took a deep breath. I heard thud in my chest. From here was a path I never walked before. Is Bernard really dead?
どういうこと？バーナードは死んだ。確実にね。セバスチャンも遺体を確認したんだ。
What are you talking about? Bernard is dead. I'm sure of it. Sebastian saw his body too.
もし私の用意したカードに文句があるなら、それは君たちが手がかりを見つけられるようにするための装置に過ぎないんだが。
If you're doubting because of what I wrote on the card, it was just a trick to get you to search for clues. He wrote he would transcend mortality by uncovering the truth, taking his own life for the means to uncover it.
バーニーが始祖のところに行ったから死んだわけじゃないって？だからなんだ？
You're trying to make me believe Bernie isn't dead, and he's with the first ancestor.
君は彼が生きていることを証明できるのか？もしバーニーが始祖のそばにいるなら、始祖はどこにいる？
But that doesn't change anything. Can you prove he's alive? And if Bernie is with the first ancestor, where is the ancestor? I thought of the Bloody Bible. Bernie, you and I always started with the same piece of the information. The only reliable record of the first ancestor is the Bloody Bible. He would have found his answers there. Charlotte, you must know. The bleeding one made the stake from the branch of immortality, stabbed himself in the heart, and spilled his own blood on the altar.
それで?
So, the bleeding one must have sworn to God that he would serve him beyond mortal time, forever. He pierced the branch of immortality through his heart as an offering, proving his faith by pledging himself as collateral. This act was proof that he would never love anyone but God. The proof of his pledge became the oath, the chain that binds all vampires today.
続けろ.
Continue. Being immortal means escaping the flow of time, with the ancestor offering himself to God as a sacrifice. Death and immortality cannot coexist, so the bleeding one transcended both time and space, and eventually, he vanished from this world. Charlotte's expression grew serious.
祭壇。バーニーの家の地下室には祭壇があった。
An altar. There was an altar in the basement of Bernie's house. Except for the first ancestor. Most vampires chose to become one in order to live. It's paradoxical that you sacrifice yourself to survive. That's why most vampires could not escape the confines of space. Ironically, the more complacent they become, the further they drift from their ancestors' pledge, and the more his memory fades. Becoming a vampire meant becoming an eternal follower of God. Other vampires ever pledged to love God and only God. Sebastian fell into deep contemplation. No audio. I see it now. I see now why the former sender died. He chose to play God that day when he hunted his slaves. That was the moment he completely betrayed the oath made to God. He died because he could no longer prove his faith to the source of immortality. I believe the Bleeding One's location can only be reached through faith. It's only a speculation. It's not a specific place. Our blood serves as both the path and the guide. Charlotte's face twisted in frustration.
それじゃ結局どこなのかまでは証明できないんじゃないか。
That means you can't prove where they are. Bernard couldn't, but I can. I let my blood drip into the stone bowl of the altar. It was from my magic tree, which I once thought was just a tiny sapling. My tree of time, which had grown immense after being turned back again and again. It was part of the tree that Everard had shown me in the basement of miscellaneous store. Charlotte, have you ever thought about it?
何をだ?
About what? About where my magic tree might be growing.
それは...
It's obvious. Charlotte's complexion changed as she suddenly realized something.
普通魔法の木は自分の家で育てるけど、君には不可能だ。
Usually, people grow their magic trees at home. That would be possible for you. You're right. My magic tree can't grow in the real world because it would be constantly affected by time. My tree had been growing in a space isolated from reality. Also, my tree absorbed both your blood and Sebastian's. With each repetition over time, the tree grew stronger. If the Bleeding One is another dimension, then my tree must exist in a unique space as well. There's likely a thin thread of blood connecting my tree to the Bleeding One. After ensuring the sand was soaked red enough, I recalled the chant. We said the chant taught by Everard. I thought back to the chant Everard had taught me. I dismissed it as prank at the time, but he'd been serious. And every time we met, he handed me a rose. A subtle hint that Charlotte was behind everything. It was only now that I realized the significance. I looked at Everard. He winked at me, a knowing glint in his eye. The chant he taught me was incomplete, partly because I interrupted him, but also because he didn't know the full story himself. I consulted Bernard's journal and carefully recited the chant, when this time I could lead to the truth. I affirm my unwavering faith in you, the immortal. You who bend low in the red sand desert, I have sown the seeds of time and nurtured them into mighty trees. I have created shade to shelter you from the scorching heat. I beg you, Grant me passage to the land of eternal rest. These were a prayer than a chant. I was speaking directly to the bleeding one, hoping he would hear me. Success deepened. Depended entirely on whether or not he listened. If he did, it would be a success. If not, a failure. As the words left my lips, the sand in the bowl began to shift and morph, slowly taking the shape of a tree. Its shadow grew tall and thick, stretching across the entire area. This was a magic tree, a manifestation of the power within me. It swayed gently, sending crimson ripples across the air. Huge red waves, unlike anything I had ever seen before, descended into the room.
このパターンは初めて見たよ。ずっと待っていてよかった。
I've never seen anything like this. I'm glad I was patient with you. Charlotte's face lit up with anticipation, and then, from nowhere, a revelation descended upon me. Prove your face. I didn't need to ponder what it meant. I pulled out the loaded gun, holded it firmly to my chest.
あなた
Suzume! Don't worry. I'll be right back. Like Bernard, I was convinced that this was the right answer. Yes, this was it. I pulled the trigger. Finally, I figured out the answer. I'm going to uncover the truth and transcend mortality. Along the immense pain, every nerve in my body felt paralyzed. It swallowed what I thought was my last breath. Probably. When I woke up, I found myself underwater. I don't know how to swim, but somehow desperately managed to claw away to the surface. I gasped, looking at the starry, studded sky. Thankfully, I didn't have to struggle much to keep myself from sinking back under. I touched my chest to check my wound, but it was clean. Where am I? The sea around me glinted. Tiny grains of something, like finely ground pearls, floated up to the surface. Just as I began to wonder how I was going to get out of this strange place, I noticed a faint light approaching in the distance. Hey! Over here! I called out, waving my arm desperately. Light seemed to respond. The boat belonged it belonged to turned toward me. Swoosh, the ship glided smoothly across the water, effortlessly closing the distance between us. Moments later, I could make out the figure of a boatman standing on board, staring right at me. Are you lost? I think I am. Where can I take you? Where can I go? You can go anywhere you wish. You are at the fork of the stream, the crossroad of all worlds. The sea of stars connects everything. Where should I go, then? I hesitated. The woman watched me closely, with calm and patience. Would you like to get on my boat? Yes, please, thank you. I reached out and took his hand, climbing onto the boat. Despite being in the water, I didn't feel cold. It was a strange sensation. The substance around me felt like water, but without any temperature. Neither cold nor warm. Am I in the afterlife? Is this the land of the dead? Do you want me to take you there? No, not at all. I quickly waved my hands at the friendly boatman. Going there would mean following the family mission entirely. I didn't even know where to start explaining that to him. Do you know where the bleeding one is by chance? The bleeding one. Or the red sand desert? He's probably there. Oh, the red sand desert. Gotcha. The boatman nodded and began rowing lightly. Did he really understand what I said? What if I was misleading? What if I was misleading? Could I even call him back if I made a mistake? I'd spun with a million thoughts of anxiety bubbling up. You seem pretty concerned. May I ask who you are? The boatman smiled. Everyone asks me that when they meet me for the first time. But who am I? But who I am really doesn't matter. What's important is where you want to go from here. I'm just an ordinary boatman guiding travelers like you to the destination. He rowed leisurely, and time seemed to stretch. I slept and woke for what felt like days on the boat, waiting to reach land. I had no idea how long I'd been drifting. Finally, land came to view. A welcome sight after the entire endless sea of stars. You've arrived. The lord of this land resides in the temple. I searched my pockets, but not a single coin was in there. Feeling embarrassed, I really thanked the boatman. He bowed at me before disappearing into the black, churning current. This time, the desert was shimmering black and red stardust stretching endlessly in every direction. Strangely, the desert was neither hot nor cold. My body felt no exhaustion, but my mind grew extremely weary. I wandered through the desert for what felt like an eternity, just as Bernard had described in his journal. The journey was longer than I anticipated, even though the passage of time here seemed unreal. Where's the temple? It's a vast land, yet utterly devoid of life. I can't tell if any beings, humans or otherwise, had ever existed here. There's no creatures, no signs of movement, just the unending cycle of day and night. In this strange space, I felt neither cold nor heat, no physical fatigue. I found myself sleeping periodically at night. If I didn't, my mind would be drained to the brink of exhaustion. Is that it? I couldn't tell if the pure white temple in the distance was a mirage or real. With nothing but time on my hands, I decided to run over and check it out. I wonder how many mirages I'd encountered on this journey. Just desperately hoping this was real. Finally, I found it! I couldn't help but let out a cheer. The words escaped me in a rush of relief. The closer I got, the clearer the silhouette the temple became. It towered over the desert, its presence exuding a sacred aura that felt almost palpable. The temple door stood open, as if welcoming visitors. I headed straight inside. Where was he? With a sense of reverence, I began searching for the bleeding one. The square hall walls in the temple were covered with countless carved figures, depicting events and telling stories in intricate detail. It looked like a sculpted mural, like representing the contents of the bleeding Bible. I noticed a figure carrying a box in the distance. I approached him, hoping he held the answers I was seeking. Excuse me. May I ask something? May I ask you something? He heard the sound of my voice and dropped his load, spilling dried herb from the box. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I was expecting anyone. What can I do for you? Are you the bleeding one? The young man chuckled softly. No, I'm not. I'm an attendant. No, when I was human, my name was Bernard. Bernard. Oh! He's in the middle of his prayer right now. Would you mind waiting somewhere for a little while? Bernard led me to the garden to the temple. In stark contrast with the rest of the red desert outside, the lush green garden was like an oasis, teeming with life and vibrant colors. Bernard offered me a basket of fruits. We don't get hungry, but here, please, help yourself. Thank you. Did anyone else come with you? Who? What? I followed Bernard's gaze and saw a familiar face in the distance. Without thinking, I dashed over. Forest!
君、どうやってここに？まさか死んだんですか？
Excuse me. How'd you get here? Did you die? I don't think so. How'd you get here?
そうだな。目を覚ますと、うっそうとした森の中だったのですが、さまよっているうちにここにたどり着きました。
I'm not sure. I woke up in a dense forest, feeling lost. The path led me here. And yeah, of course, I had to die, but don't worry. It's not permanent. I'm dead, but not really. I can fix it, don't worry. Don't worry, I'll be alive in a few hours or whatever. A dense forest? What I saw wasn't the same as forest. Experienced.
死んだら終わりだと思ったのに違うみたいですね。どうしたらいいか聞いたら待てと言われたので一応待っているところです。
I thought everything ended when I died, but I was wrong. And that's what I should do, and they told me to wait. So, that's what I'm doing. Bernard, does he have any other visitors besides us? I believe no. It's not easy to... I believe no. It's not easy to meet him without encountering me first. Somewhere, a bell tolled. Bernard smiled as he just received a revelation. The prayer is over. He is calling for you. In the center of the chapel, beside the altar, stood a towering figure. This being, who seemed beyond human, was the first ancestor Charlotte had been searching for. Who would you be? What would you have done had you died? I'm sorry, what? Were you aware that if you had perished, you would have come to me? Will you watch me the entire time? In manner of speaking, yes and no. The bleeding one pricked his finger, letting a drip of blood fall into the stone bowl on the altar. As the droplet gathered, they slowly morphed into his tiny human figure. The miniatures, Madison and Sebastian, were holding an unconscious version of me. The others seem perplexed. I'm here to ask for your help. Very well. Hold on a moment. The bleeding one raised his hand, signaling for me to wait. He turned his attention to Forrest. Jack, what is it you wish to do?
したいことですか?
What I wish to do? Were you content with the life you lived? First paused, reflecting for a moment, then replied.
僕はこれまでの人生に満足していますが、みんなとの別れが惜しかったです。
I was happy for my life, but saying goodbye to everyone was hard. Indeed. Farewells are always difficult.
僕には他の選択肢があるのでしょうか?
Do I have any other options? That choice is yours to make.
できることなら、僕は人間として生きていきたいです。
If possible, I'd like to continue my life as a human. If you've reached this point, and you've earned a reward for your perseverance, you may live your life as you desire.
彼女はどうなるんですか?
What about Susume? Like you, her choice is hers to make. The bleeding one placed his hand over Forrest's head. A brief flash of red light appeared, and then Forrest vanished from this room. Forrest! Do not worry. He's returned to where he belongs. The bleeding one pointed to the stone pole. I looked to see Forrest on his feet. Everyone hugging him. Yokatta. Thank goodness! I breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a moment later, anxiety crept. Where's Charlotte? I counted 4 moving figures now. Just Yvonne, Forrest, Madison, Sebastian. Where's Charlotte?
ここだよ.
Here. Flork. Before I could warn him, a dagger plunged into the bleeding one's chest.
こんなところにいるなんて見つからないわけだ。おかげでこちらは途方もなく長い時間を無駄にした。
Of course I couldn't find you. Hiding in a place like this. I wasted an unimaginable of time. No!
さあ、おとなしく死ね。お前はもうヴァンパイアには必要ない。
Now, be a good boy and die. The vampires don't need you anymore. Unfazed, the bleeding one turned to face Charlotte. Child, that anger still burns within you.
子供扱いをするな。
Don't kill me, a child. You speak only the truth. I speak only the truth. We have met before. Do you not recall? Every vampire stands before me in this temple. and makes a vow when they are reborn. I advise you not to forget your original promise to God.
Yes.
It seems you have.
See me as a child, foolish and weak, and maybe you're right. Maybe that's all I am.
Exactly, Aileen. I agree entirely.
私が何の約束をしたというんだ
I made no promise. Charlotte's temper flared. The bleeding one placed his hand over Charlotte's head. You wanted a body free from death. Now you want freedom from all restrictions. But it is not possible to be free from everything. If you're not willing to give something up, then I shall take it instead.
何よおい離せやめ
Hey,
ろ
get off me! Stop! Stop! Charlotte grabbed me, writhing in pain. Don't help Charlotte. I set out to help Charlotte. She struggled, but couldn't escape the bleeding one's grasp. A moment later, she was transformed into a newborn baby. Hearing infant's cries, Brad approached, took the child in his arms, and disappeared. Does he realize that his former lover has been turned to a baby? What happened to Charlotte? The Charlotte you know no longer exists. She returned to her pierced form by sacrificing all her past memories and experiences. Will she live here forever? That will depend on her. When she's mature enough to choose for herself, there are countless places where her soul can dwell. However, she will not be allowed to return to the reality she once longed for. Charlotte's real body was a state similar to the one in Sebastian's memories. The bleeding one pulled the dagger from his chest and ground it to powder. Now it is finally your turn. I observed your journey thus far. You stand at a crossroad and must choose your path. We walk the path of a human or that of a vampire. This question echoed Charlotte's words from our meeting in the clinic at Halloween. She had asked me a similar question, a choice between a smooth, silky path or a bumpy, thorny one. What if we embraced immortality? Sure. Being a vampire would be nice. I get to go, quote unquote, old with Madison. That'd be cute. I chose the path I should walk. The bleeding one accepted my decision with a nod. Go forth and live as you desire. It has been a pleasure to meet you. He placed his hands over my head. I closed my eyes.
Kimi!
Suzume!
起きたの
You awake, right?
スイートハート
気がついたか
Are you awake? I blinked dazedly. The blood was stinging my nose. My whole body felt weak, as if all strength had drained from me. I lifted a trembling hand to my chest. My heart was still beating. I was scared it might just die like that. I glanced at everyone around me and managed a faint smile. Relieved to still be alive. I'm glad everyone is okay. Really. Everyone hugged each other as the tension melted away. With all the threats finally dissipated, the rolling exhaustion hit me. I passed out, slipping into a deep, much-needed sleep. My cell phone vibrated vigorously, pulling me from the depths of my sleep. I forced my eyes open and squinted at the screen. Our alarm lit up on the display. Madison, who was sleeping next to me, Ayo, started an irritation. After watching a horror movie last night, she'd gotten scared and fallen asleep beside me with her pillow. Cute, I love her. As a result, my already cramped single bed Felt like it was ready to burst. Are you going to class today?
今日は夕方にパーティ
I
ー。
just had an evening party. Madison mumbled in her sleep. I need to get ready for class, but I didn't want to leave her side. I crawled back into bed and hugged her. She fit perfectly in my arms, like a big, cozy dog. Today I decided a self-approved holiday.
なんで起こしてくれなかったのよ。
You should have woken me up. What am I, your alarm clock?
うるさい。
Oh, come on. Oops, that must have been too sweet. Both Madison and I had slept into the afternoon, and by the time we checked the time, well, we realized we were late for the party. Madison, this is the first time we've officially attended a party together. Should we celebrate by dancing?
私踊れないんだけど。
But I don't know how to dance. Neither do I. Huh? Really? I led Madison to the side of the stage, and we started dancing. I said we're messy, and we kept stamping on each other's feet. Madison looked at me, bewildered.
これで合ってるの？
Are you sure we're doing this right? I think so.
お互いの足を踏むのが？
Is that we're doing something on each other's feet? Yep. Because that's who we are. Oh my god! I love them. I'm gay. Did you know I'm gay? Did you know I'm gay? Because I sure did not know I'm gay. We danced clumsily and eventually burst out laughing. It was funny how awkward and rusty our moves were. But we had all the time in the world. We'd have many more chances to dance together and find rhythm, step by step. Happy end, bond of eternity. You and Madison have embraced a lasting and devoted romantic partnership. We did it! We beat the game! We did it. We womened so hard. We womened so hard, guys. We did it. We womened so hard. I dehydrate. Be right back. But yeah, women. Actually, wait. Before we go, actually, you know what? Before I do that. Ow. I know. Give me a second. I'm gonna do this.
お互いの足を踏むの
Here you
が？
go. Look at this while I go dehydrate. Be right back. I'm back from dehydrating. Sorry, I have to get the Yuri out of the way. The Yuri is gone now, guys. I'm sorry. The cute Yuri is gone. Cute little date is gone. But that was Velvet Bites. Softly. Velvet Bites softly. Velvet Bite softly with teeth. Yuri. We're lovely. We ran a little over time. 50 minutes over time. But that's okay. That's okay. That's fine, you know. I had a feeling it was gonna happen eventually. And that's okay. It took so long that I took longer than usual that someone's already in the fucking shower. Someone's using the shower right now. Lovely! I can't shower right away, but that's okay. That was the end of Velvet Bites Softly. Velvet Bites Softly with teeth. Hope you enjoyed. I enjoyed it a lot. It was really lovely. It was a lovely little story. Big fun. Thank you for joining me. Thanks for joining me on this adventure. This lovely sapphic adventure. I had lots of fun. The women are cute. You should play it. Y'all should get the game yourself. No, try the game yourself because it was pretty interesting. Pretty fun, silly. I love Madison. I wonder what the advanced love story can be like. Also, the store page says, if I remember correctly, the store page says featuring 6 romanceable vampires. This implies that you can romance you can romance Charlotte, the insane person who wants. You can romance Charlotte. Allegedly, according to the description of the game on Steam. Apparently, that's the thing you can do. I don't know how I feel about that. After all this, I don't know. I love your woman, but also, I don't know about Charlotte. I don't know. I like her style though. Her style, aesthetic, lovely, but I'm not quite sure about her as a person. You know. I know, but also like, I'll draw the line. There's a line, and that's a bit too much. She's a bit too obsessed over not me. About killing God. She wants to kill God, and not in the good way. You know, like it would be interesting. Also, this also implies you can romance, Derivado. This implies you can romance Everardo, the magician guy. You can romance Everard, the guy you barely see. Allegedly, according to this 6 romanceable characters. Huh? So that's bizarre. Allegedly, you could romance Everardo. Anyways, that's it for me today. Again, if you're interested, look. If you're interested, play the game. It's great. Also, like I said yesterday, I think, real early yesterday, I'm planning for my Offka cosplay to buy. I'm planning to buy the Offka cosplay things next week. So if anyone wants to sponsor, send me money to sponsor the cosplay, feel free to. You don't have to. I should have money to buy it myself if need be. But if you feel like it, if you wanna sponsor. I'm joking. You don't have to. Don't do it. I'm just dreading, kind of. I'm partially dreading the giant fucking Amazon package that's gonna arrive, and I order the 2 skirts, the 2 tops, the dress, the heels, the 2 wigs, and I think that's everything I need. As far as I'm aware. Must be a lot of clothes. Lots of clothes. It's gonna be interesting to get a box of clothes and wigs. It'll be fun. But I see you typing there. If you find one, if you want to sponsor, go for it. Feel free. It's fun. Silly. Throw money at me. If not, that's fair. I will just buy it myself. I can buy it myself. My own time. Have everything wishlisted on both my Throne and Amazon. You don't have my Amazon, but that's fine. You can look at my Throne and pay the extra charge, I guess, or just throw money at me. Up to you. Well, that is it for today. You see nothing. Totally, I see nothing. Totally. Totally see nothing. Totally, I'm not looking at Discord at all times of the day. Totally not doing that at all times. But anyways, that is it for me today. Let's go say hi to... Who's live? We have the usual, but anything else? Anyone else we know? No. No one know. No one I know is ever live except the one person. That's fine. And that's a-okay. The Sapphic Sunday. We got our the Sapphic cat. I'm gonna go wait for the shower to be free. I go take a shower. But we're gonna say to Leary, who's playing more Void Stranger. Gonna blast with it. Love the Void, my friend. You don't know where it ends. Says Leary on stream title. But that is it for today. You have a lovely time. A lovely rest of your evening, guys. I'm gonna go eventually take a shower and have dinner. And then just chill for the rest of the day. And yeah, have a lovely evening, guys. Bye-bye! Oh yeah, next stream. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. EST. More, Space for the Unbound. Lol. Forgot about that.